everybody. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you. It is Sunday, March 12th. It is 2:30 p.m., and I am happy to be here with everyone. Dal, you are correct. First one to make a comment, and there is a lot to talk about today. We're talking about everything from SBV, the Silicon Valley Bank, and the $5 trillion in new taxes that you're going to be spending because Joe Biden wants to spend your money. So we're going to be talking about that. We'll be talking about the ranking of freedom around the world, China in the Middle East, Bill Maher, the FBI, January 6th, Congress and some of the members of Congress and their quotes. So much that we will be talking about. But most of all, the biggest thing that we will be talking about is going to be talking with you, having a conversation with you. You can reach us. If it's the first time you've joined our channel, we welcome you. We thank you for being part of our audience. We do a live stream every Sunday to hear what you have to say, to get your tweets, your chats, your phone calls, even your Facebook messages, to tell us what you think is going on in the world and how you feel about it. How's it affecting you? And so we thank you for joining us because we believe in free speech and we want to reach more and more people around the world. So please do like, share, and of course, subscribe to help us reach more people across the world and to hear more of your voices because you deserve to be heard. So as I said, starting off, we're going to be talking about a ton of things that are going on right now. It is amazing how much is happening around the world and that you're not being told about, that it's being misstated to you, misquoted to you on a regular basis. And so we're going to a lot of that. Now, I do want to take a moment. Let's start off. First of all, I want to go backwards in time a little bit to last week, Atlanta. Remember, this was headline news. Well, it deserved to be headline news. To hear about the autonomous zone in Atlanta, the fact that they were firebombing police stations or a proposed police station, fire station, emergency medical workers station. Remember, that was last week that 150 members of Antifa from outside the United States, from outside of Georgia, all came down to Atlanta and decided that they knew better than the people of Atlanta. You remember that. And they burned down public buildings, which of course is going to cost the people of Atlanta. It hurts the poor of Atlanta. But they thought they were justified. And this week, that's gone. The news isn't covering it at all. You stopped hearing about Atlanta because they don't want to talk about the progressives and their absolute anarchy, their violence in their autonomous zones, which are insurrectionist by definition. They violate every local, state, and federal law in the entire nation. And they do that on purpose. They are criminals of the highest order. It is treasonous, these autonomous zones. If there's anyone who thinks that an autonomous zone is a good thing, please explain to me how. They are responsible for billions in dollars in damages that have hurt communities, poor communities across this nation. They have killed people at these autonomous zones. They have killed children, especially in Atlanta, in these autonomous zones. They are insurrectionists. Now, what's the news this week? Well, guess what? Those very same protesters from outside of Georgia, from outside of the United States, they went down to southeast Atlanta, and what are they trying to do? Create yet another autonomous zone. They are trying to expand their influence to push the people of Atlanta to obey the far left, to obey the progressives and Antifa, and to submit to their will, to break the law and listen to them. Now, this is coming from, I forget the station, WSB-TV out of Atlanta. And this was as of March 11th. And what they are saying is the public is very concerned. One of the bigger quotes here is the police. They wanted them out. The neighborhood wants these people to get out. They had set up tents. They had unknown amounts of time that they were going to stay in people's backyards trying to scare them into compliance. Let me say that this channel does not believe in an autonomous zone. We believe it is an insurrection. We believe it violates, and we know for a fact, it violates every law in the nation, and that they are never positive. There has never been an autonomous zone in any city, any state in the United States that has been a good thing. If there is anyone who wishes to dispute that, we are happy to hear your argument. If there is a member of BLM, Antifa, whatever the name of the far left organization is, if you think that an autonomous zone has been positive and beneficial to any group of people in America besides the progressive far left, I am happy to hear your argument. Leave a comment or call in to 607-242-9247. You can reach us. The phone line is on. We will be happy to hear your comments to tell us how this has been a benefit. It's not helping the people of Atlanta who are continuing to be under siege, and the news media wants you to forget about it. They want you to move on. Dow mentions he just heard reporting about internal documentation from DHS is running a program called Overt Human Intelligence. It consists of DHS agents conducting interviews anywhere without lawyers present. I don't know about that. I have not heard about that. That is new to me. But that would be a violation of Miranda. It would be a violation of someone's Fifth Amendment rights. And I would never tell anyone to do that. Always have a lawyer present, no matter left, right, whatever you may be. So that's kind of scary to hear about that. And I will be looking into that in the next few days. Overt Human Intelligence. Okay. That's a weird title, too. Makes me think of AI. Who knows? But these are the things that you're not hearing about in the news, that the news media wants you to forget about. They don't want you to think about it. So I wanted to start off with Atlanta as the example of what we keep seeing across this nation, where the news media is trying to steer you and to guide you, just like they did in Atlanta. You're supposed to forget that 150 people from around the country, around the world, wanted to control the people of Atlanta. And whether you're not, you want to believe it, think about this. What they were protesting, the destruction that they caused, which is costing the people of Atlanta, it was to train the police and the fire department and the emergency medical services to better help the people of Atlanta, to train them to better interact with the people of Atlanta. They were going to make it better. And these people from outside of Georgia came down and decided that the people of Atlanta are better served by having less well-trained police, less well-trained firefighters, less well-trained emergency medical services, that was better for the people of Atlanta. That's not what the people of Atlanta picked. That's what these outsiders picked for Atlanta. That's domestic terrorism. That's threatening people's lives. Think about that. But the news media doesn't want you to, the news media does not want you to think about that. They want you to obey. Just accept it. It's okay. Antifa's a myth. It's not real. Obey. Do what you are told. I tell you, never should you, anywhere there is an autonomous zone, you should resist that, no matter where you are. That's what I believe. But that's something I wanted to catch up on. Let's also talk about Silicon Valley Bank. And hopefully, this week, the channel will not be shut down like last week's program was. You may not have noticed us because literally there was a blackout of the entire live stream around the world. They don't like us talking to you. They don't like you talking back. They don't like you having a comment. But I think it's important. And especially when we see things like what's happening with Silicon Valley Bank. Now, I know on the program we normally start with the international news, but this is the breaking news today, and I think it's important. Now, one of the biggest questions I think a lot of people have as you're seeing the news throughout the day, Silicon Valley Bank just went belly up. They failed. The bank closed. It's no longer in existence. And a lot of people are saying, well, why did that happen? This is the biggest bank, the second biggest bank to fail in the history. And we don't know what happened. How did that happen in 48 hours, almost overnight? It completely fell apart. Well, according to the New York Times, yes, this is how far right an idea this is. I'm going to the New York Times. And as you can see, the reason why they failed, according to the New York Times, is because they ran out of money. Basically, people said, hey, you're a bank, you've got my money, I'd like my money back. And so many people asked for their money back, the bank didn't have the money. Now, this is important because bank accounts in the United States are guaranteed up to $200,000. It's called FDIC. Now, that FDIC insurance covers you up to $200,000. If you have more in a bank account than that, it's not covered. You're not guaranteed to get it back. And people were worried because inflation is continuing to go up, because we are seeing the cost of food going up, energy up, and that's not ending. Because the stock market the Dow Jones is about 1,000 points off of exactly where it was the day that Joe Biden took office. Because the NASDAQ is losing money. Your 401k is losing money at this point. Because that's not going to end anytime soon, people wanted their money back. They wanted to have cash in hand, perhaps even to get other investments. And because of that, this bank could not give people back their money. In fact, 90% of all the money that the bank was supposed to have was gone. It was lent out. They didn't have the money to give to anyone. And when people started realizing, wait a minute, I've got 200,000, 250, 300,000 in the bank, and they're saying they can't get their money. Well, everyone wanted to get their money. If they don't have your money, why would they have my money? And so everyone, whether you have a big account or a small account, they all ask for it. Now, again, I want you to understand how the media lies to you, because the New York Times is saying that this bank wasn't insolvent. They weren't bankrupt. They had money. The bank had money. You shouldn't have been worried. Except if they had the money, which means that they were solvent, that's what the word is, then they wouldn't have lost, no one would have closed. The bank wouldn't have closed down if they had the money, which means by definition, they are insolvent. That's just a fact. So when you're hearing, and I still have my cold, so please bear with me, but the fact is, Silicon Valley Bank would not have closed down if they were solvent. But the New York Times wants to tell you they were perfectly fine. Then they wouldn't be shut down if they were perfectly fine. If everything was okay, the bank would still be in existence. It's not. Dow says they made bad investments in ESG programs and venture capital. Exactly. They lent the money out to bad companies with bad ideas. They had a bunch of bonds in these companies, and it wound up, because the economy is in a recession, they lost the money. They made investments, bad investments, with your money, and then they lost it. And when people said, I want my money, they didn't have it, which means they were insolvent, which means they were bankrupt, which means they closed. It's that simple. But if you look at it that way, if you look at the definition of money, if you look at the definition of banking, then you lose confidence in the progressive ideology. ESG isn't working. Investing in ESG is not making you money. You don't have to believe me. Look at Disney stock. Listen to what Disney is saying themselves. It's not profitable. It doesn't work. People don't want woke products. It's just that simple. And because they're losing your money, there's no money there for you to get back from that bank. Now, the thing that I find also interesting, besides the fact that the New York Times is trying to tell you something that is absolutely on its face not true. The bank wasn't solvent, that's why they closed. But now we have Janet Yellen from the Biden administration, and she is trying to tell you, according to the Financial Times, again, credible sources here, she's saying, well, the United States government, we're not going to bail them out, but we're going to help them. Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Again, the news media is telling you something, politicians are telling you something, it doesn't make any sense. The bank isn't going to get any help, but we're going to help them. How can you do that? That doesn't make any sense. Janet Yellen is talking out of both sides of her face. She's telling you that they're not going to bail out the bank, but they're going to help the bank. Well, that means it's a bailout. There's no two ways about that. Either you're leaving it alone and the money is lost besides the FDIC insurance. So either there's no insurance and the bank fails, or we're bailing them out. It's one or the other. You can't do it halfway. You can't be half pregnant. And that's what Janet Yellen is saying here. Her words exactly. To quote her from Friday, let me be clear that during the financial crisis, there were investors and owners of systemic large banks that were bailed out. And the reforms that have been put in place means we are not going to do that again. But, and here's the important part, but we are concerned about depositors and we're focused on trying to meet their needs. If you are trying to help the depositors, you're helping the financial backers of the bank. They go together. It's not one or the other. You're bailing them out. That is a fact. That's what she's saying. She's going to bail them out. But she doesn't want to go through, and the Biden administration doesn't want to get all of the political heat for bailing out another bank. So because they don't want to get everyone upset and saying, why are you bailing too big to fail? They don't want to go through that again. It hurt the Obama-Biden administration, and they don't want to have to deal with it again emphasizing that the progressive policies of the Biden-Harris administration have failed. So rather than admitting they failed, they will tell you doublespeak. The New York Times will say a bank was completely solvent, and yet it closed its doors because it was insolvent. They're going to tell you, Janet Yellen's going to say, we're going to bail out the bank, but we're not going to bail out the bank. They are talking out of both sides of their face. You have to realize that and understand that's because it's about politics. It's about elections. It's about maintaining power. Hey, hot chicks, good to see you here. Happy you're here with us. Now, again, as always throughout this program and every Sunday, if you disagree, if you think we are wrong, I am happy to hear that conversation. You can leave a comment like Hot Chicks or Dal. You can call in to 607-242-9247. You can reach us off of Facebook, both on Messenger or to contact us to call in. We'll be happy to hear you. You will be treated with respect. You speak respectfully, you tell us what you think, and we will hear you out on this channel, as we always have. But the fact is, the math is the math. And the math says they lost the money on being woke and they went out of business. And the Biden administration is going to use your taxes to bail them out. Hi, Jan. Good to see you here. Always happy to have you here, Jan. And so I'm just showing you the way that these and all the links for everything that we're talking about on the program will be in the description after the show. But I just want you to see the way they're double talk speaking in the comments, in the articles that they are putting out there to try and hide that woke, when you go woke, you go broke. They're trying to hide that the Biden administration's progressive policies have failed. They are hurting the economy. They are hurting you. And that they're going to use your taxes to bail out their bad policies because they want to win the next election. And these bad ideas, they're circulating the world. Dow says, so they'll word it where there will be a stimulus, but it won't go through the bank to keep it afloat. The bailouts will go to depositors. Yes, that's exactly what they're doing, Dow. It's still a bailout. It is exactly that. They're doing a bailout. They are saying that it's going to go to the depositors. And I guarantee you, if you follow this, it probably will go to the backers of the bank. It will go to the board. But they're going to tell you, no, that's not the case. That's why Janet Yellen is saying that she wants to do a bailout, but it's not really a bailout. It's why the New York Times is saying, well, the bank was solvent, even though they went out of business, meaning they're insolvent. This is the way they doublespeak to you, because they don't want to say that they were wrong. Jan mentions, once again, it's the we're doing something. Yes, we're doing something. Janet is doing something. The Biden administration is doing something. Yes, they're taking your money and wasting it. They're throwing your good money that you pay in your taxes every week, and they're going to give it to someone who went woke, went broke, and now you have to pay them back. Mind you, those people who went woke, went broke, lost their money, they're not coming over to your house to pay your electric bill, to pay your cable bill, to pay your mortgage or your rent, your car bill. They're not paying for any of that. And as they keep taking your money, we're seeing inflation go up and up and up, and that's why we're in a recession. Oh, yeah. Dow says a bailout in this economy is going to nuke the United States. You're right. It is going to nuke us. It is going to negatively. Oh, we already have a call coming in. Here we go. And this is the first call of the day. Thank you for reaching us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. What's your first name, please?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason, what's going on?
Hey, yeah. So, you're talking about the bank there, and then the government and Yellen and how, that now they're in a predicament, whether they're gonna, basically do the bailout. And, their party and the left, they want absolutely nothing to do with this. And then so they're in a spot. But the thing is I think the irony with this situation is that the first thing to fall is dealing with a lot of companies that are in California, and so you'll have Newsom being taken down with this entire fail right now, and
No, he won't.
so
I do not believe Greg Newsom, who's the governor of California, and it's rumored that he's going to be looking to run for the presidency against Joe Biden. I do not believe this takes him down. It's kind of like Andrew Cuomo, the now disgraced former governor of New York. He went, 10 years before 11 sexual assaults and the death of 16,000 American citizens ever got him out of office. This bank failing is not big enough to take down
well,
Governor Newsom,
no,
in my
it's not going to
opinion.
take him. No, it's not going to. The point is, it won't take him out, of California. I mean, he could run for California. He could win, for the rest of his life, But if he ever tried to get on the main stage, and primary for president, and especially if this time around, comes up where they're thinking about, having him throw his hat in the ring, forget it. I mean, this would, I mean, having to force this bailout, or what would happen is it would be put in his hands, and then their state would actually probably try to maneuver to do some sort of bailing out of the situation. But it's just it's pretty bad. But as far as the situation with the bank itself, I mean, it's the big thing is that before. And there's just so much corruption that's within the top, because the thing is that before it even got to the point where there was the massive run on the banks, they could have they honestly they had an opportunity pretty much to go and try to get the help when they did, because the bottom line is that once they started trying to sell those bonds, then it was just a landslide and they couldn't get out from underneath it. And I think one of the ideas that was being pushed is that the government comes in and basically buys the bonds from them, and then that would actually make the company solvent, because by them selling those bonds, basically they would take massive losses. And so as long as the government just held them, bought them out, held them on, the government technically really wouldn't lose any money. Well, they would, because the interest rate's a hell of a lot higher, now, and bond rates are a lot, better than the
Well,
1.5%.
that's the difference. When you sell bonds, the higher the interest rates go, the less the bond is worth because you're
Right.
losing money. You're literally
Yep.
missing out on the extra money.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
if I have
bonds
a,
are near.
uh, uh,
Yeah, so it's
go ahead.
1.5%, I think, to the bonds they have right now. I think the highest the bonds have gone is about 5%, which is crazy. So I mean, that's a lot of money.
3.5%. It's if you don't think 3.5% is a lot, folks, think about your credit card bill. If your credit card bill has gone up at least 3.5% over the last year, and how much more money is that costing you? Well, same thing with a bond. A lot of people don't know about investing, so it's very think of it that way. If 3.5% changes your credit card bill and costs you money, same concept with a bond. 3.5% less on the bond means you make less money. No one wants that. And essentially, even with that, though, Jason, what this is, because they're putting out the bond, that was a bailout. There is no other description for that. That offering, that was an attempt to get the American government to bail them out.
Well, what they did is the bonds were separate, because the bonds were actually first. That was an investment. And then what they did is the company, once they started to become, they were losing money and they were bleeding, because they had to sell the bonds to basically that they had bought. And so they were losing money, because the thing is the bonds didn't mature. And so they were losing massive amounts of money on all the bonds that they were selling to actually give, people their money when they were withdrawing from them. And then it just kind of started spiraling. And then as soon as the bank started to go insolvent, then the company itself decided to have a private offering. Basically, what it is they
A
well for
private offering, very simply, basically what they were doing is they were going to rich people and saying, give us some extra money and we will give you extra interest on your money down the road. So if you can go to your bank and get 5%, we'll give you 7%. You'll make extra money because you invested with us. It's just another type of investment. But no one believed that they were going to make the money. And the government wasn't stepping in. I'm simplifying it. There's way more
yeah
about this if we want to go into finances, but the average person can look at it that simply.
yeah
They ask people with big money to give them the money temporarily, and they would give them extra money back as an
right.
investment to save them. The public said, no, it's not worth it because you're
Nobody did.
involved in ESG. You invest in woke companies and they lose money, like Disney, as an example. So no one wants to do it. And the government wouldn't buy their bonds. The government wouldn't step in to save them. So they went out of business because they have no money. It's that simple. I'm
Yeah,
simplifying it, but that's what it is.
yeah, yeah. And now, and the worry that everybody's having is that they're going to see anybody that has over, because you have to I mean, I don't know if everybody understands that $250,000 is insured by the government. Anything over that isn't. So what they're worried
Yes.
now is that people who have money in other banks, and they have over $250,000 in other banks, people are going to start withdrawing their money out, and then either probably just putting them in bonds, I would imagine, because that's really the only place they could quickly do it. But that's one of the things that they're worried about. All of a sudden, everybody's just starting to withdraw, and then that will cause a massive run on banks, and just
They're
another
always afraid.
crisis.
They're always afraid of that. That's not going to
Yeah,
happen. But
yeah, I don't think so either.
that's always the fear that suddenly we're going to be in the same place that we were during the Great Depression, where everyone went in and said, "Give us your money." No, because everything isn't failing at the same time. And there are good investments out there. And people are secure because every bank isn't backing woke businesses. And not to the degree, 90% of all the money at Silicon Valley Bank was invested in woke companies. Some other investments as well, of course, but majority was in the woke industries. And so they were losing that money. They lost the investment. They made a bet, it failed as a bank.
Yeah.
You go to Citibank, they're not doing that. You go to Bank of America, they're not doing that. The major banks around the world, most of them are not doing that. Silicon Valley is because they're California, they're in, of course, Silicon Valley, and they're woke. So, of course, they supported the woke ideology, and it failed. Now they're coming to us, the American people, to bail them out. It's costing us money. This is because of the policies of the progressives.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is that it's ironic too. I mean, I was reading, tweets out there by Andrew Yang, trying to justify this whole thing,
Yeah.
and I'm just like you got to be kidding me. And then one of the things he was saying too is about biotech, and he's like, well, there's a lot of innovation and things like that. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, you got to be kidding me, I mean,
Totally
the
different
bio,
things. Totally
huh?
different. Biotech is, and I don't want to get too much into investing
Yeah,
on this, but to let people know, Andrew Yang is a former Democratic presidential candidate. He lost. He went to New York City. He ran for mayor. He lost because he believes in universal basic income. He believes that you can just print money forever and there's never a side effect. Except, as we have seen under the Biden Harris administration, when you just print money, it's called inflation. Your money is worth less, and so it costs you more. It is bad for you. So Andrew Yang, of course, supports what many of the progressive ideologies, because that's what he ran on, and it failed. The American public did not believe it. So that's what he's running on. And I'm not surprised that he would say it's a great idea, and he wants to compare it to an entirely different industry that has nothing to do with going woke. Of course, he's trying to justify it. Again, this is the progressive left trying to shift the way the public sees it so the blame doesn't come to them and their policies. But at the end of the day, that's the only place to look at. Does that make sense?
yeah. I mean, as far as the ESG, I'm not 100, percent. I don't know how they distributed their money and how they were investing and making choices. I mean, look at it. The bottom line too is that not all ESG investments are bad, because the simple fact is that if you're investing in a green energy program, and you know that the government is going to subsidize the crap out of that program, then honestly, it's good money to be invested in that, because you know that the government's going to they're pretty much just handing the money, from taxpayers to that business, and then pretty much funneling right into your pocket. So if you're doing it right, and what's what, then
But that's
that's
not.
fine.
But that doesn't work because 123 Systems, which was a green energy battery company, failed. We had Solyndra failed. In fact, of the 32 companies that the Obama administration funded with U.S. taxpayer money, there were a total of 27 that went bankrupt within 3 years. So while people say, well, okay, the government's behind it, so it's going to be fine. No, that's not actually accurate. Historically, the U.S. government wastes money worse than the worst investor in the marketplace. They are, because they're the government. They don't care. They just throw money at it. When they
Yeah.
when they bought GM and made us, the United States, use your dollars, your tax dollars, to invest in GM, you lost money. We didn't make any money on that investment, that stock. We lost money on that. We lost money in cash for clunkers. The government should not be investing your money. The government doesn't know what it's doing.
No, they don't. And my point only was this though, is that I was looking at the fact that these programs wouldn't fail. I mean, they're destined to fail because they're just not economically viable in the long run, and that's what makes them really crappy companies. And that's part of the reason too is why they're propped up so much by the government. And a lot of it's cronyism where, like with Solyndra and the Obama, I mean, he basically was pocketing, a lot of money that was being funneled through his campaign through them. And so that's kind of how that whole deal worked. And the thing is too is that then you have to question how I think that when they start to really probably dig into the books and find out what was actually going at this bank, you're probably going to see massive corruption within California and how they were funneling money around to all their buddies. And
That'll
that
if that's happening, that will be back of the newspaper, buried deep, deep, deep down. You just won't
well,
hear
they
that.
hope. I mean that I mean, if they can bail it out and hush it down and just kind of like, okay, we'll bailed it out, everybody's happy. And then rather than having to go into a long drawn out like, okay, let's do an investigation of what really happened wrong so we can fix this in the future. They don't want to do that. Because if the more that they dig into this stuff, they realize, who the idiots are. Like you're saying, it's just like, okay, were they making poor investments? Were they, investing in, the woke, Democrat ideology rather than actually making sound business choices. And again, if they don't bail them out, then more of this will be discovered because people who lose their money are going to be pissed, wanting to actually, get justice. And, if they're trying to seek justice, people are going to be exposed to more, about the workings of the bank and how they were doing things. So
There's not
again,
going to be. There is no just. It's not justice to ask for. How can I say this? It's going to sound bad, but when you make a deposit at a bank and you sign saying that you know that the government will only cover $200,000 because of the FDIC, you don't have anything to get back. There is no, you can't say it's unjust. You agreed to it. Sorry, that's why there shouldn't be. I do not believe in bailouts. I do not, large or small. People lost money. You picked the wrong bank. You didn't ask the bank what they're doing with your money. So
yeah, excuse me, and that's one of the biggest problems with the bailout is a simple fact is that as soon as the government bails us out, it basically incentivizes other banks, not other banks or actually even future banks and to do the same thing. It's like they can take the high risk. They can so really what it is that money doesn't get smart unless there's a massive failure, and that's one of the problems we have now. We have glut of easy money and the stupid money has to get taken out of the system, and this is just an example of stupid money getting taken out of the system. And the thing is that the Biden administration is basically the cause of the stupid money when they pumped all this massive amount of money into our economy, and now this is just one of the signs of that stupidity.
it's a result
um
of being in a recession. It's the result of being in a recession.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, once you have to be smarter with your money, and you just can't, just, you know, yeah. I mean, you just can't keep spending, and on bad investments. You have to be smarter, and so and that's the thing too. Is like you're saying, people who are making the deposits in the banks, should they have done more research? My point, I mean, on Twitter, I was making is that look at, I mean, if you're investing, if you have $25,000 that you can actually put in a bank, then you should be smart enough to basically make the decisions to make sure that your money is protected. And that's my perspective on it. Because the thing is, if you're not smart enough to do that, then who is going to? I mean, are you supposed to have the government hold your hand and regulate every damn thing? Or can we actually have a
Yes,
free market? Can we have a free market that basically you know helps us?
but we don't. But we don't. Remember,
Yeah.
Jason, we don't have a free market. Look at the regulations that we have in the banks. Look at the way that the government steps in instantly. This isn't a free market. And every bank knows, and they are watching this. Oh, if we screwed up and we went woke and we made all the woke investments and we lost the money, the government will step in because it's political. So as long as they back a political idea, even if it's wrong, Even if it doesn't work, the government will protect them to hide from the politics. That's the lesson that's being told right now. That's why we have the New York Times saying the bank was solvent, but then it went out of business. That's why Janet Yellen is saying we're going to fix this, but it's not going to be a bailout. They're going to come up with a different name. It's because they have to cover the politics. Do you understand what I'm saying about that?
Yeah, I mean, another thing too is that I think that the Biden administration is just going to be in a position where it's just trying to stick its fingers in the holes in the dam that's about to break, and this is just the first one. And they don't want to see, more crumbling, of the economy. I mean, they're getting hit pretty hard. I mean, I know that, with the increase, with the increase of interest rates, it's putting a lot of pressure, on, everything. But their ability to continually, spend and increase deficits is also hampered by the increase of the interest rates as well. And so they're all, they're sweating, pretty profusely, thinking to themselves, it's like, okay, what are we going to do to fill that
Well,
that hole?
we know already. I was going to cover this a little bit later, but
Yeah.
one of the things they're talking about is they're going to make even more. Notice every time there is this major collapse in the market, they make more laws. Congress says, well, we'll just make another law. Except they're not as smart as the bankers. They're not as smart as the stock market because they've never been bankers or in the stock market. They have no idea how the financial markets work. These are people who have been, Chuck Schumer's been 4 decades, almost 5 decades. Joe Biden's been 5 decades. Nancy Pelosi's been 4 decades in Congress. They don't know what the real world is. So they make a bunch of laws that don't fix the problem, but they're doing something. And that's what they're going to do now. It's already come out today by Reuters that they're going to make a new law that Gavin Newsom is trying to work on. And they're saying, oh, we're just going to make a new law about the way that they deposit money. And it isn't going to work. The fact is, and we are seeing this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And did you know unemployment is up? Remember, we were told by Biden, the Biden administration, everything's fine, unemployment's low, so everything's great. Well, unemployment is up. It's at 3.6%. Oh, that wasn't a big headline this week. No one really paid attention to the fact that unemployment is up and it's getting worse. That inflation is still higher. It has never been down, not once in all the time. I had to, what was it? I had this argument with, nope. Sorry, I was trying to show. Oh, here it is. Representative Jamie Raskin in Congress. Representative in Congress, Jamie Raskin, says that what President Biden, this is on March 9th, President Biden produced an economic rebound that slashed poverty and made the room in the middle class for millions of Americans. His new budget slashes the deficit by rejecting Donald Trump's prolific giveaways to the wealthy and improves the picture. This is what they are telling us. This is what they have been telling us since the day Biden got in. Except if you actually look at any of the data, inflation has never dropped under the Biden-Harris administration. Not since the day he got in. It has only gone higher to this day. Poverty has increased in America. There were 39.7 million in poverty in 2020. Today, that's in 2020 at about the time that we were going into the recession, the lockdowns. Today, 2023, there are 42.6 million people in poverty. That is an increase. Notice Jamie Raskin tried to say, oh, and we slash poverty. How can you slash poverty and the number of people in poverty is up? See, this is the lie that they tell because it's about politics. They're covering for the Biden administration, for the failure in the economy, everything that they told you. The economy is great because unemployment is low, except unemployment is going up. Banks are failing. Why is this happening? because they are wasting money on bad policies that are failing. And we are in a recession. They don't want to admit it, but that's the fact.
Yeah, that honestly, that new budget that he came out really pissed me off. And
Well,
the
I'm
thing
going to talk
is,
about that in a bit. Yeah.
yeah, the thing is though is that, I mean, first they're coming out and says, oh, we're going to balance it, we're going to actually bring down the deficit, we're actually going to, and so they're playing tax. I mean, they're still their main tax is basically a wealth tax. Again, they want to they want to tax your capital gains, before you actually even sell, the product that you have, and I'm just
Well,
like,
no, it's worse than you think. We always have had taxes on capital gains. They want to go back to the capital gains before the Trump administration, when America had the highest taxes in the world, corporate taxes, and we were non competitive, and that hurt America. We were losing jobs overseas. Businesses were running away from America. We were losing taxes because companies left the United States. It was bad. It hurt the economy. It hurt people. And now they want to go back to that same idea. It didn't work under Obama. It did not work under Obama. It's not going to work under a Biden. But they get to say, but rich people aren't paying their fair share. They just pay 70% of all the taxes in the country. Yes, that is a fact from the United States government. 70% of all taxes are paid by the top 5% in America. But that's not fair. They have to pay even more. This is stupid. And that's why they say they take their money, they go overseas, and they keep the money overseas. You lose jobs, you pay more in taxes. It doesn't help anyone. This is the idiocy that's going on in our government. Do you understand what I'm saying here?
no, I totally understand. And look at I hear the argument often from the left, always looking back at the 50s or right after World War II and saying, well, we had far more higher corporate tax rates and all these taxes back then, and then but they don't understand that there was no competitive market against it because everything was destroyed from the war, and then as soon as everybody started getting back on their feet, and then after obviously with Japan when they got going, then everything, the money just, flowed right into those businesses, because the taxes were so ridiculously high here. It wasn't until, honestly, I would think the 80s, when Reagan got in, when they actually made some adjustments, on the taxes, and then brought things back. And the thing too is even the way that the taxes are structured, like he's constantly knocking Bush's tax plan, and this is one of the things that really drives me nuts is that, see, the Democrats can't continue to spend and push their big agendas when interest rates are actually elevated at all, because it completely drives for
They
one,
It
yeah,
kills business. It increases unemployment. They can do it because they did it. They did it under Carter. They did it under Clinton. The problem is Republicans come in and fix the problems very often or at least reduce some of the problems the Democrats have done. But there's a reason why historically Democrats are known as the party of tax and spend. And that's what they're doing. They're taxing and they're spending, but you're not getting anything for it. And that's the problem.
right. Yeah. I mean, and the thing is too is there's two different ways. When you have low interest rates or easy money, and the money's just coming out into the system as we have right now, or we had, within 2000 or 2020 and 21, is what happened is that you had massive numbers of companies, and I would call them all like zombie companies, because what they are, yeah, they have a lot of employees and they have a lot of growth because money's just being thrown at them. But the one thing they don't have, they have absolutely no revenue. And as soon as the money flows stop coming into them, then they instantly die because they are not profitable.
To make
And
that, got to make that make sense for people. So to
sure,
make that sense for everyone, what you're talking about is during 2020, during the lockdowns, the government gave out money to every business in the world. If you had a business, you got a PPP loan to be able to keep you through. And we have found since then that many of these businesses had one or two people. They did a bunch of startups. They had one or two people. They promised that they would hire people, but there was no real business behind the business. They just wanted the government money. And that was money that was, as long as you said that you were going to create jobs, they didn't expect the money back. And so we lost. They just made money off of the government. It was abused. And we know for a fact there has been massive abuse from the lockdowns. And the way the government did this is they just printed money, which is inflation, which is why every single month that Biden has been in office, inflation has gone higher than the month before. It has never gone down. Representative Jamie Raskin in Congress knows that, and he lied to the American people. As I showed in the tweet, and I'll show it again, just so people can see for themselves that I'm not making this up. This is Representative Jamie Raskin on March 9th, lying to your face, lying to you, the American people. Everything's great. There was never been a problem. And everything that you know when you go to the store, you know prices are up, inflation is real, poverty is real, and he's telling you you're an idiot for living reality. But go on. So I needed to clarify that because you're talking about finances and you're talking about taxes in a way that most people don't understand.
Yeah, that's one part, of the money. But the other part too is just like, even if you look at big businesses like Twitter before Elon Musk took it over. I mean, you have a company that has zero revenue, but yet has all these employees, and these employees made a massive amount of money. But the only reason that companies that existed like that is because of very easy monetary policies. I mean, the interest rates were near zero, so you could just continue to borrow and borrow money, and still basically make no profit, and you'd still be able to stay afloat. It wasn't until all of a sudden now is that the rates are going up, and then all of a sudden now it's just like the only people who are going to survive are going to be those with the that actually can make profit. Well, the thing that really just is crazy is that now we're in a situation where those companies are basically going belly up, right? And the only companies now that are still able to sustain are the ones who all along have been able to make a profit. And if you make a profit, guess what you do? You pay taxes, So what is the government going to do? Those businesses that were creating jobs, did have an actual product that they were selling, were actually able to make money and exist. Now the government wants to come in and basically, take everything that they had, and destroy their businesses. And so instead of them being able to, the smart money, the people who actually had a businesses going, so instead of them being able to take that money and reinvest it in the business that they actually made, because they actually did a good job, now the government's going to take that away from them, And so how is that going to work out?
Well, it's going to do exactly what has always happened. When the economy is good, any business can, theoretically, any business can make money. You don't have to be good at business to make money. It's like when the stock market is up, you don't have to be good at investing, you'll make money just because everything is up. When the economy is bad, like the recession we are in now, that we have been talking about since February of 2021, we have video on it so you can see it for yourself. We predicted all this. The fact is, when the economy is bad, you have to be better than just average. You have to be better than just existing to make money. Those companies are now under pressure, and their choice is stay in America with the highest tax rates in the world, not just in America, in the world, where they can't compete. And they have to fire people to be able to make their bills because 70% of the businesses are small businesses. They're not big mega companies. He's talking about mom and pop businesses. They're paying the highest tax rates possible. Their choice is keep the money in the United States or take it overseas. We already know the answer to that because we saw it in the Obama administration. It's not the first time. The money will go overseas. You will lose your job. Things will cost more, and nobody wins. This is a dumb idea.
But, yeah, absolutely.
So, again, I'm trying to, and I know I'm simplifying it somewhat in the terms because we can go into the technicals and go into the charts and go into the data. deeply, which I do, which is why I understand it. But so that the average person understands it, that's the best way I can explain it in a very quick manner. But we can get into it more if more people want to call in. But I do want to go on to a couple of other subjects, and I will be coming back to this in a little bit.
Right.
But was there anything else you wanted to mention while I have you on?
No, well, I just wanted to say one thing though, is that these topics and these ideas, need to be explored in a way, because what's going to happen is that the Biden administration is going to coming out with their plan. They're going to have their money, and they're going to say, well, this is what you need to do. This is, why we need to tax these people, and I'm going to be able to balance the budget. And the Republicans don't have a plan or idea, or they don't know what they're doing. And the thing is that these ideas need to be understood so they can be countered.
Yeah, I agree with you. Which is what we're doing right now.
Yep.
We're trying to
Yep.
explain it. And part of a plan is no, that's a bad plan. That's a good thing. Saying no to a bad idea that has never worked is a good thing.
Yeah, because the bottom line is that it's the biggest problem, honestly, is just getting the government out of the way so businesses can do their job. The market doesn't need to be fondled as much as the government officials would want to. Because quite frankly, government officials wouldn't have anything to do if they actually allowed the market to do what it had to do.
Well, that's Democrats believe in cradle to grave. They want control of everything. That's the progressive movement. That's socialism.
Yeah.
Government's involved in every aspect of your life, either as an individual or as a business. That's socialism. And they want more of it. That's what regulations do. They put the government into every aspect of your life and a business. So this is exactly why they're doing it. That's why they're creating this new idea that they're going to give even more regulations, which never work. If the regulations worked, we wouldn't have the banks failing. It's not a new thing. But again, we'll get into this a little bit more later in the
Yep.
show. But I do want to thank you for giving us a call in. And I think I know a bunch of people were very interested in this, so I'm glad that you brought it up.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
I'll talk to you later.
You got it. Thank you, Jason.
Yep. Bye.
So, folks, as you can see, you too can call in. And you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with Jason or anyone else who calls in. Maybe you think this is working perfect. Maybe you think the Biden administration is correct. Maybe you think Jamie Raskin is correct when he lies to the American people and says, hey, the economy is doing fantastic. Everything is going great. You're just too dumb to understand it. I mean, Jamie Raskin, he's not going to the store like you and I are. He doesn't pay taxes. He's a member of Congress. So he's not noticing. He gets $175,000 a year, whether the economy is in a recession or not. He has staff that goes out to the store and buys things for him. He doesn't care if it costs more money. Nancy Pelosi has staffers who fill her refrigerator with nothing but high-end designer ice cream. Does she care? No, because she's got her wall protecting her property from you. Chuck Schumer has a wall at his house to protect him from you. They don't live our life. So to them, things are fine. They're not paying for extra. In fact, they want to give themselves a raise. We have to pay. And that's the problem. But I also want to talk about some things overseas. And on this program, we talk about what's happening overseas because it affects us in the United States as much as the influence goes from overseas to the United States and the United States overseas. It goes back and forth. And so I want you to understand this because what's coming down the line is more than just a recession we are in that will last until 2025. Remember, the Fed chairman 3 months ago said that he's expecting that we may be in a recession until 2025. And I will tell you that the opinion of this channel is we have been in a recession since the middle of 2022, and we will be in this recession until 2025. And what Biden is doing now will make it a deeper, harder recession. If you think you're paying a lot for food now, wait until next year. It's going to be worse. It's not getting better. But let me explain. Let me go on. because all of this reflects on the amount of freedom that you're having. Because again, the government is putting in more and more restrictions. The government is getting involved in every aspect of your life, and they are telling you that you are not smart enough to understand what they are doing. That everything is great, even as the stock market is now lower than where they started when the day that Joe Biden got in office. The stock market is lower. Your investments, your retirement accounts are lower today than when Joe Biden got in office. We now see that unemployment is ticking up. We're watching banks close. We're watching as layoffs are happening. Hundreds, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of layoffs are starting to happen since January throughout this nation. But everything's okay, and you are free. They're protecting your freedom, so they tell you. March 9th, this is from NPR. Again, I'm looking for the left, the answer from the left. According to NPR, the United States is as free today as it was in 2021 and 2022. We're as free as the day that we saw that Biden jumped into the White House at 83%. And why are we free? Because, well, you have good elections. You have free and clear elections. But we're not as free as we could be because abortion. Because abortion is a state issue, not a federal issue. This is according to, this is the Freedom in the World report given by Freedom House, a nonprofit research institute in D.C. It's a think tank, a left-leaning think tank. And they want you to believe that you're as free today as you were in 2022, 2021 because of the Biden administration. And the problem is those evil Republicans, they got rid of the federal abortion laws and left it to the states. And that's why you're not as free as you could be. Because you know who's free? Finland, Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland. I want you to remember something when you hear this in the news, because you're going to hear this in the next couple of days. America's free, but we'd be more free if we had abortion. Remember, they're comparing us to countries, as you can see, and I know most people forgot, that they were going to jail people for having heat in the winter. That's not me making it up. This is from Swiss politics. This is the Swiss news. And the answer, and they said, well, no. We're not going to jail people. We're just thinking about. They're trying to pass a law. According to the Swiss government itself, the Department of Economic Affairs, they were planning to arrest people for heating their home in the winter. That if you had the temperature up too much, the Swiss government would put you in jail, that they would give you a fine, that it was a crime to heat your home, because climate change. So when I say that the government around the world, in the United States especially, it's trying to get in between you and your life, this is yet another example. And they're saying, but you want to be, remember Bernie Sanders? We need to be like the Nordic countries. We need to be like Sweden and Switzerland. We need to be like Norway because they're socialist. Except every one of those countries that he named turned around and said, but they're not socialists. They don't believe in socialism. They have the highest taxes in the world. They won't let you can't go to Sweden or Switzerland and you can't become a citizen. They won't let you become a citizen. You're an outsider, and you're always going to be an outsider. And the moment you don't have enough money to pay their taxes, they kick you out. And they are willing to say that in the name of climate change, that you can't heat your home. That they literally are saying, gee, should we arrest them? Your home's too warm. You should go to jail for that. Whether or not they passed it, their government said that's the right idea. That's the path that they want to go down. That the government has to be able to turn off your... Remember in California? Because you may say, well, Mike, but that's Switzerland. Yeah, remember California 2022 in the summer that your electric car would not charge, that they had thermostats that were turning off the temperature, the air conditioning in California because it was connected to the web. Those smart devices that you have in your home, they turned themselves off because the government said, you don't need that electricity. You don't need to run your air conditioner. You don't need to charge your electric car. You don't get to do that because the government made the decision for you and turned it off automatically. That's the same thing that was happening in Switzerland. But they'll tell you the Swiss are absolutely free. All the freedom you want as long as you obey. But no one's going to tell you that. They don't want to talk about that when they tell you, remember, this is the news that you need to know. This is, all you need to know is Switzerland, Bernie Sanders, they're great. It's better than ever. They're the best thing. We should do what they said. Remember, Bernie Sanders also told you that America should be like Venezuela and become socialist, like the Venezuelans. And you remember what happened to Venezuela, right? Because Venezuela right now, the people in Venezuela, they're starving to death. The people in Venezuela are being shot by their own government, as reported by the New York Times. They're dying because of disease running rampant in Venezuela. That's measles and mumps. 1,000% increase in the number of measles and mumps cases in Venezuela. And Bernie Sanders wanted you to share in that too. Again, they don't like to tell you the truth. They don't like to remember the past. They don't want you to think about it. They just want you to obey. And we see that over and over again. I'll give you a different example of what I'm talking about here. About the consequences of just obey. Don't question anything. Do you remember under the Biden administration, we ran away, the American government, we ran away from Afghanistan. We abandoned 5,000 Americans. I've been saying this every week, every month since it happened in 2021. The Biden administration ran out of Afghanistan as fast as he could, left 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan to this day. Won't mention the country's name. Gave the Al-Qaeda an entire army, gave them weapons, gave them bullets and ammunition, gave them tanks and helicopters, and gave them money. Just left open, wide open bases for them. Remember that? Because I do, and you should too. Why? Because now we see what the result of that is. The result is, and this is happening in Africa, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which is in Africa, ISIS is back. Remember we beat them under the Trump administration? After all the years of dealing with it under Obama and Trump too, and then we finally got it done. We finally beat ISIS, and now they're back. Because ISIS were locked up in Afghanistan. We had them, thousands, I believe it was 5,000 members of ISIS were locked up in prisons in Afghanistan. And when Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda went in, the Taliban went into the prisons and unlocked every single cell, let all of the members of ISIS out. And now those people in ISIS are going around the world and increasing global terror. Joe Biden is responsible for what happened in Africa. What happened in Africa, as reported today, March 12th, this is from the Bangkok Post, an entire village of people were killed by ISIS. Now, you're going to say, well, Mike, it says the ADF. Who's the ADF? Let me make it very clear for you. The Allied Democratic Forces is the ADF. They are ISIS. In Africa, they have a different name. It's kind of like in America, the Democratic Socialists of America are the same thing as BLM, same thing as Antifa, same thing as Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow or Citizen Action. There's lots of names for these far left organizations. They're all the same thing. And in fact, many times they're the same people. And the Allied Democratic Forces, according to the international news media, have reported repeatedly, including people, the government of Congo, have said that Islamic State took over in 2020. The Democratic Republic of Congo, their government has said that it's in Somalia, they're getting people from Somalia who are ISIS aligned, that Uganda has also been involved with Al Qaeda, that we are seeing Al Qaeda, Al Shabaab, Hezbollah, Al Qaeda, and Boko Haram. Remember, they stole all the kids. Remember when they kidnapped all those girls? Michelle Obama says, put in a hashtag not my girls, because that will somehow protect them from Boko Haram and being sold as slaves. Remember that? Because that didn't work. Do you remember that? Because they want you to forget about it. That's Michelle Obama's answer to slavery in Africa. Send a hashtag on Twitter, because that really makes a difference. And according to the Washington Post, and we know for a fact, according to New York University's Congo Research Group, that ISIS is the one responsible. They just have a different name. They go by the ADF. And they killed dozens of people. They hacked them to pieces, not with guns, not with bombs, not with rockets. They literally walked in with machetes and killed everyone. 40 people were killed. And those are 40 people that would be alive today if those members of ISIS were still locked up in Afghanistan. And I'm not saying that America had to stay in Afghanistan. I'm not saying that we had to be in Afghanistan forever. I'm saying if we didn't run away and just threw the keys at the Taliban and said, oh, just open up, do whatever you want. Here's a bunch of money. Here's a bunch of weapons. Here's the keys to the prison. Have a great day. See ya, we're gone. And if we didn't do that, if we didn't leave like that, in a complete chaos as a rout, running away as fast as Joe Biden could run, as fast as Mark Milley could run, then we wouldn't see ISIS going into Africa, killing villages of people with machetes. That's the consequences of having no international policy, of having Joe Biden, a Biden administration, him and Kamala Harris, when they are focused on nothing except maintaining their power and getting through the next election. That's the problem when they lie to you, when we have Jamie Raskin lying to you, when we have Adam Schiff lying to you. The consequence comes down the road when we see people like ISIS back in the world fighting and killing innocent people who are just trying to live their life in a village. But the news media doesn't want you to listen to that. They don't want you to think about that. They're not going to tell you that these things are connected. They don't want you to think about that. Because if you thought about that, you would be pissed off. And you should be pissed off. Because it's not a good thing. But that's what happens when Joe Biden's in charge, when Mark Milley, who I believe is a traitor and has committed acts of treason against the United States to help China, when you put them in charge, this is the result. There is more global terror in the world. Remember last year, Burkina Faso? I know, another African nation. You've never heard of it before. And you know what? ISIS is there too. This isn't isolated because it happened immediately after all of the members of ISIS that were in prison got released, and they went back to doing what they were doing before. That you either believe what ISIS wants to believe or you die. That's your choices. They don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian. They don't care if you're progressive. In fact, they'd probably kill you faster because you're a progressive that believes in women's rights, because you believe in gay rights. They'd kill you even faster. because they're that kind of crazy. But the news media doesn't want to talk to you about that. They don't want you to hear that. They don't want you to know that. They want you to just obey. They don't want you to see the differences. And I understand not everyone can look at all these stories and see everything that's going on, but that's what this channel's for. Now, if there's anyone on the left that would like to dispute this with me, let's go for it. If you would like to say that there's somehow a difference of what's happening in Africa, come on, let's have this conversation. And I know people will say, but Mike, that's in Africa. The Democratic Republic of Congo, I don't even know where that is on a map. I know there's a lot of Americans couldn't point it out. It's Africa. It's in the continent. I don't know where it is. That's across the ocean. It has nothing to do with me. Except, think about it. We have open borders in the United States. We have 5 million people that illegally came into America that we know of. In 2022, 98 illegal aliens who are suspected terrorists were caught trying to come into America. 98. Where do you think they came from? Do you think that ISIS is just going into Africa when America has an open door policy? And trust me, we're going to get into that in just a minute about immigration. But they're walking into our nation. How many did we not catch? And when I say that Biden is responsible for the increase in global terror, I'm not talking about Africa or the Middle East. I'm talking about here in the United States. That we are seeing this happen here. Remember the shooting, the mass shooting in Boulder, Colorado? How did that start off? He gave the international terrorist salute. That's it. He is making life more dangerous for you. And it's a direct consequence of what he has done and how it has failed. And the news media is covering up for him, telling you it's not that bad. And don't talk about Afghanistan. Don't ask about the Americans that were abandoned in Afghanistan to this day. Don't think about that. Don't ask about the Americans that were abandoned in the Ukraine to this day, 10,000 of them. Don't ask questions about that. Don't think about that. Ignore it. That's not important. Obey. We told you what you're supposed to think. You saw it in the headline. Stop thinking. That's what they are doing. If there's anyone on the left, if Jamie Raskin would like to take me on, if he would like to call in and debate me on this, Jamie, my phone number is going across the screen, 607-242-9247. I'm happy to have that debate. If there is a Democratic politician anywhere in America, call in. In fact, anywhere in the world, if you would like to, if you're a progressive politician anywhere in the world and you would like to debate what I'm saying, I'm happy to hear what you have to say. Prove to me that I'm wrong, because I'm showing you the proof. I'm showing the American people the proof, the world the proof that I am correct in the conclusions I am making. This is the evidence, and I'm only going over it with you because I'm being honest with you, which is something you're not going to get on MSNBC. It's not what you're going to get on CNN. And it's getting worse. China is now taking over the Middle East. China already, they spent the entire 2 terms of the Obama administration going into Africa and buying up all the rights for all of the heavy metals and rare earth metals that we need for climate change, for all those windmills and those solar panels. All those agreements are with China, not the United States, because Obama didn't want to talk to Africa because it made people think of Kenya, and he didn't want the political blowback. So he avoided Africa, left it to China. China is making money every time that you make a solar panel, every time that you put up a windmill, every time you're doing something with the green energy, climate change mantra, you're giving money to China. And China is getting involved now in the Middle East. And what is China doing? They're helping Iran. They're helping Iran make weapons. They are putting the Middle East back together as a coalition of people who want to kill America. Iran wants to kill America. You don't have to believe me. Look at everything that the Ayatollah Khomeini has said since 1980. You don't have to believe me. They will tell you every day, every time. Even when there was the Iran nuclear deal, the same day that John Kerry said that we have the deal, the Ayatollah Khomeini was out amongst the people of Iran singing death to America. Not just Republicans, not just the conservatives, not just libertarians. They're talking about the liberals, the progressives. They want everyone dead. They want everyone in Israel dead. And now they're going to be, because of China, they're going to work with Saudi Arabia to try and kill Israel, Europe, and the United States. And who's responsible for that? Joe Biden. They didn't do that under Trump. In fact, Trump had 4 Middle East peace deals. 4. He got nominated for 2 Nobel Peace Prizes for trying to make the Middle East peaceful. Joe Biden brought China to the Middle East to work with Iran, to work with North Korea, to work with Russia. You don't have to believe me. Here's the New York Times talking all about it. That China is running around the world saying, we're the new United States. We're the guys that make all the deals. You have to deal with China, not Biden. You have to deal with China. And they're making the deals with their friends to be able to push an anti-American, anti-Israel, anti-Europe message. We have to get on the ball here, folks. I'm only making you aware of the consequences that are happening because of the lack of policies, the lack of leadership. I'm being honest with you. And not everyone's going to like that because it's not fun. But we can't fix the problem if we don't point to the situation and say, that's a problem. We need a solution. And I don't mean we're going to need more government involved in every aspect of our lives. I'm sorry, that's not a solution. We need real solutions. Did I just lose one of my screens? I hope you guys can still see me. It looks like nope, I'm still broadcasting. Oh, there it is. Sorry, lost one of my screens on my computer. So we need solutions. Again, if you think I'm wrong, call in 607-242-9247. Or you can leave a comment. Like Dow, like Hype Chicks, like Happy Life. Leave a comment. Say, Mike, I disagree. You misunderstand. It's a good thing that China is working with Iran to push the Middle East against America. Thank you, Jan, for letting me know. My screen just went dead for a second there. So if you think that China working with Iran to push the Middle East against America is going to make the world more peaceful, I point to the last 2 years and tell me that you think the world's more peaceful today than it was in 2017. Or even that the world today is more peaceful than it was in 2012. Because the answer is no, it's not. It's empirically not. The world has gotten less safe as the United States has become more progressive and pushing progressive ideology instead of traditional American values. And that is why the world wants America to be strong with a strong leader based in the Constitution, because it makes the world safe. But when we have weak leaders who are afraid to do anything that might be politically disadvantageous, the rest of the world goes they go crazy, and all of a sudden we see everything going to hell with a handbasket. When the government is so busy lying to us that everything's okay, there's no problem. Banks are failing? Don't worry about it. You're paying 45% more when you go to the store to buy food? Don't worry about it. You just got laid off from your job? Don't worry about it. Everything's okay. ISIS is running around the world again? They're killing people in villages with hatchets and machetes? Don't worry about it. Doesn't matter. Iran is selling rockets to Russia, and China is giving them the hypersonic missile technology. Yeah, that's not a problem. You're okay. The world is peaceful. Don't you see the rainbow? Let's get on my unicorn and we'll run around with some candy and see how great everything is. Wear these rose-colored glasses. Are you kidding me, folks? I'm only being honest with you. This is the news that's out there. You don't have to you don't have to take my word for it. Again, I'm showing you the links. The links are in the description of the video. You can look this up for yourself. But don't stop there. Tell your politicians, we need a better answer. We need a solution, an actual plan. We need to step up. We need leadership because this isn't working. And if you say, well, Mike, how do you know Russia's going to be working with Iran? Because Iran told us that. As you can see here, Iran made a deal to buy Russian fighter jets, the Su-35 jets from Russia. This came out on November 11th, yesterday. Did the major news media tell you that? Did you see that on CNN, MSNBC, ABC News, the New York Times? No. They didn't want to tell you about that because you might realize the pipeline that's being built because of the Biden administration. China, that doesn't like America and thinks that Biden is weak. China, that wants to take over Taiwan. China, that is using North Korea to attack South Korea and Japan, American allies that have no faith in America, which is why they're building their own armies, is sending the same hypersonic technology that they gave to North Korea to threaten Japan. They're giving it to Iran. And Iran is working with Russia to make them drones, as we know, and rockets, as we have seen. And Russia is giving Iran fighter jets to work with Saudi Arabia to kill Israel, to kill the Middle East, Europe, to kill the United States. If you think I am wrong with the news that is being published around the world, everywhere except in America, tell me why. Tell me why. And I promise I will hear you out. If you see this news and you see something different than I am seeing right now, that I am telling you about, that I am being honest and open with you about, showing you the news from around the world that the rest of the news media doesn't want you to think about, if you think I am wrong, I will hear you out. Please, if I have misunderstood this news, if I am misunderstanding what's happening, correct me. I want you to. I want to be wrong. I want to believe that China isn't giving the same hypersonic missile technology they gave North Korea to Iran so that Iran can destroy Israel and Europe and the United States. That they're giving that technology and Iran is turning that into rockets and drones that they are giving to Russia to take out the Ukraine, threaten Moldavia, threaten Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, to make Europe a war zone, and Russia's giving back to Iran fighter jets so that they can also go and use that to kill Israel, European Union, and America. Is my logic not clear? Can you not connect these dots that are being presented to you by international news media? Just because CNN doesn't want to tell you that, just because MSNBC won't mention it, because the New York Times doesn't want to bother publishing it, doesn't mean it isn't happening. And these are direct consequences of the Biden-Harris progressive ideology in America. It's getting terrifying, folks. Look, I'm not saying that Israel's perfect. Right now, Israel is trying to fix their nation because they know they have problems. Because the progressive ideas of the United States have invaded Israel and Europe as much as those ideas from Europe have come into the United States. Right now, there are big protests in Israel. In fact, here's one of them.
The Israeli government says the reforms are crucial. The government has been citing an imbalance that has given judges too much power over elected officials. Critics, notably on the right, have argued that Israel's top court judges have exceeded their authority by claiming the right to strike down legislation. The Netanyahu government wants to implement an override clause.
Okay, so I stopped it right there because I want you to understand, what did you just hear and see on the screen? And again, the link is in the description. You can see the whole thing for yourself. Israel, right now, a small group of judges in Israel have overreached their power, and that is affecting the lives of everyone in Israel. Now, you may think that's a good thing. You may think that's a bad thing. What I will tell you is that's an American thing. That is what we are seeing in America right now, that progressives are overreaching their power. Look at what Kathy Hochul has done. Look at the lockdowns. Look at the mandates. Look at Gavin Newsom. Look at Governor Whitmer. Look at the Biden-Harris administration. Look at what's happening with Janet Yellen right now as they talk about putting in brand new regulations in banking because the last set of regulations they put in banking didn't work. It's the same thing that they say about the Second Amendment. Oh, we need more gun control to stop law-abiding citizens from being able to defend themselves. Meanwhile, they're doing nothing about Antifa as they go into Atlanta, setting up autonomous insurrectionist zones to threaten the people of Atlanta to comply. And you can't defend yourself, and they're getting rid of the police. And the progressives are saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Can't see it. Don't want to talk about it. No idea what you're talking about. It's the exact same thing that we're seeing in Israel. Where do you think they got the idea from? The United States. We exported this idea of progressivism where we let the government overreach because people are afraid. And when they're afraid, they will comply. They will obey. And that's why the world is getting less stable. That's why you are less safe today than ever before. And that doesn't matter if you go overseas or you stay home. Because maybe you say, Mike, I have never been outside of the United States in my life. Well, guess what? Again, ISIS got released from every prison in Afghanistan. They are coming to you. They went to Africa. They're in Europe. They're coming to the United States through the open border that is being welcomed by Democrats. The border is wide open. No one wants to close it, and they are walking in. 98 were caught. 98 assumed, believed terrorists were caught trying to cross the southern border. How many didn't get caught? Jan mentions, our news used to cover the world. One has to ask why they stopped. They don't want you to know, and that's what I believe. They don't want you to have these conversations. Because if you're paying attention to this, the answer has to be, we need a leader with a plan. Not a leader, not some guy or some gal trying to get through the next election, trying to raise enough money to get enough ads to make it through the next election. Somebody trying to get a good slogan so that they can get through the next election. We don't need that. We need people who are effective and efficient, who have a plan that works. And when it doesn't work, they admit it didn't work. Let's fix it. We know what the problem was. Let's fix it. That's not what we have today. That's not what's happening around the world. And the worse that America gets, the crazier the rest of the world is getting, and the more powerful China and Iran, North Korea, and Russia are becoming. And that isn't good for you. But I'm just being honest with you, folks. I know people are saying, well, Mike, you got to remember, look at the Ukraine. Look at Soviet Georgia. The Russians are losing. They're losing. It's all falling apart. Look at this. There's the protesters in the Ukraine. They're singing they're singing the national anthem of the Ukraine in Tbilisi. You see that? You heard that? They're singing the national anthem of Tbilisi. They're dressed in the national colors of the Ukraine. So that must mean that Russia's going to lose. Russia is losing. No, that isn't what it means. See, I've actually lived in Soviet Georgia. I've lived in Tbilisi. I've lived there. Not a vacation, not for a couple of weeks. I lived there for months in the capital city, about a block away from their presidential housing before Kamsahoria got kicked out. I was there as they started their civil war. Okay? I lived it. So yes, I do understand what's going on here. And I do understand that, yes, there are people who are complaining, and they are Russians. They happen to be Ukrainian Russians. They happen to be... Now, Georgia has this problem with authoritarian Soviets. They don't want the Soviet Union back. They don't want communism back. Soviet Georgia was adamant about that. They literally picked up pitchforks and fought against the hardline communists. What Georgia is worried about is communism. And they're fighting against communism of the Soviet Union coming back because they were oppressed and they know it. And they don't want that. They fought a war over that in the 90s. So they're trying to fight against that. The Ukraine just happens to be a way to do that. But do not believe for a second that that means that Georgia is in favor of the Ukraine. That's not real. And it doesn't mean that Vladimir Putin is going to stop. He was in Georgia. He was in that whole region, Azerbaijan, in 2014. And what happened? Do you remember that? The Obama administration, they let them in. They let them go into Ukraine and take over the land. Let me go back to the comments. So Jan says, I'm beginning to believe they want to open borders because if there's a civil war, they already have fighters for their side from other countries. You know, that's a very good point, Jan. That's a very good point. And it's like Iran. Iran hates China. Iran hates Russia because they're not Muslim like Iran is. They don't believe in the Ayatollah Khomeini. And so the Ayatollah Khomeini hates anyone who isn't Muslim like him. But they will work with them to kill America, who they call us the big devil, and they will work with anyone who would help them kill Israel, who they call the little devil, and they would help them kill the European Union, which they think are just evil. So they work with anyone to kill the people they think are evil in the world. And, you know, that means that when we see these terrorists trying to get into America, these terrorists will say, oh yeah, I'm progressive, I'm on the left. Think about the Fort Hood shooter. He was considered a leftist. Think of you can look at the shooters in San Bernardino, many of these shooters. What about the Waukesha driver, Darrell Brooks, the guy who ran over a parade full of people? He was a leftist. He was doing it for black power. the subway shooter in New York City, the black supremacist in New York City on the subway, shooting people with a handgun. Black guy. Yeah, you forgot about that one. News media said, forget about that. Don't talk about that. We're not going to talk about that mass shooting because he was a black supremacist. Black supremacy is a leftist ideology. It's part of the whole identity, gender politics. It's part of intersectionality. You're not supposed to remember these things. You're not supposed to think of these things. So you're right, Jan. We would see that ISIS and Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, Iran, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, all these terror groups would be happy to work with the left if it meant killing other Americans, and then they'd kill them too. For the very same reason they would kill any American. Because you believe in women's rights. Because you believe in gay, LGBTQAI++. Because someone wants to say that they're a toaster. They would kill you for that. They do that in their countries now. And they're becoming more powerful. And they're invading in the United States. Illegally. Teresa says, hey, Teresa, good to see you. Thank you for being part of the program. She says, the regular citizens are pawns in this conflict. We're only pawns if we don't speak. I'm so happy that you brought up that statement, Teresa, because the reason why I'm talking about this, the reason why we do this every Sunday, talking about the issues around the world that most people aren't talking about, is so that we can turn around and turn to our elected officials, members of Congress, our state senators, and even the White House, and tell them, you have to get a hold of this. We need leadership. We need a plan. We need to be strong. Because these countries and these crazed individuals around the globe, they don't do this crap when we have a strong American leader. I don't care if they're a Democrat or a Republican. If we have a strong president, we have a strong administration, we have a strong government, they don't do these stupid things. They just don't. Because they're afraid of us. Because they actually get in line. Because no one will let them get away with these crazy things. So that's the reason. We have to be involved. We have to be active. And say to our leaders, you have staff. You have thousands, tens of thousands of staff. You must know this better than I do. Give me a reason why you're not doing something. Not the do something and make it worse, but a concrete, absolute, here is a plan, here is the line in the sand, here is a strong leader saying, we are going to stand up and do X. And do it. Regardless of whether or not it means you win the next election. Because it's the right thing to do. Dow says, saw footage of the Azov shooting conscripts trying to surrender to Russian forces or burying conscripts objecting to fighting alive. Yeah, the Russians are bad news. There is no question about that. There is no question about that. I'm not in favor of the Russian government. I've seen the Russian government. I mean, Putin was brought up and was a major member of the KGB. He was part of the Communist Party, the hardline Communist Party. I was there in Moscow as they were rolling tanks down the street. I was there. I saw the attempted coup by the hardliners, which is Putin, who were trying to preserve the Soviet Union, to protect socialism as it was failing. And I saw what they were willing to do. And trust me, they're not nice people. This wasn't like Tiananmen Square. People died. Whether the international news media told you that or not, they were trying to grab up people and throw them in gulags, which is a death sentence. They were starting with their people, the Soviets, and then they were threatening to capture everyone else, every foreigner in Moscow was threatened with that you were going to be captured as a spy for doing business, for selling jeans in Moscow. If you sold jeans, you sold food, you sold any kind of products, and you were there from another country, they were willing to lock you up and throw you in a gulag, a death sentence. So yeah, I'm no fan of Russia. I've seen what they will do. I've heard their threats and I know they meant it. But at the same time, we can't just sit back and do nothing. We can't play this economic game. Russia is doing better today than what they were doing under before Biden started all the economic sanctions. Iran is selling more oil for more money today than before Biden got in office, with all the sanctions in place. Mind you, the Biden administration has been getting rid of those sanctions. Iran makes more money today because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris than Iran was making under even the Obama administration. Oh, you think I'm kidding about that? Matter of fact, let me show you. Here it is. This is Reuters. Okay? You don't have to believe me. It's not left-leaning. This is absolutely not a right-leaning. Reuters News is not on the right at all. January 16th, 2023. This year, Iran oil exports ended 2022 at a high, even though there is no nuclear deal and there are sanctions on them now. They are doing better under the Biden-Harris administration today than they have been in the past. Russia is making more money. The Russian economy is doing better today than it did before the Biden administration put any of the sanctions out. You are being lied to. It's the exact same lie like Jamie Raskin telling you that there is no inflation and everything's fantastic and Biden is godsend. He's lying to your face. There is no data that backs that up. The proof is that everything Biden is doing is failing. And God forbid we let Kamala Harris go to any nation in the world to speak for the United States, because that is the death kiss of diplomacy. She guarantees that whatever was happening just got worse. If you think I'm wrong, name one country that Kamala Harris has visited that did better, that had better relations with the United States, was in a better situation afterwards. Name one. You've had 3 years now. We're in the third year. Name one nation where Kamala Harris is gone and the United States has better relations and that country is not in worse shape. Name one. That woman is like a dead albatross. She is a death knell to politics. If you think I am wrong, I will respectfully and honestly hear you out. I will let you speak on this channel, unedited, to tell me why you think I am wrong. 607-242-9247. The phone number keeps going across the screen. You can reach us on Facebook. You can reach us through YouTube. You can call in. I'm happy to hear your voice. Tell me, how is the information? Internationally recognized credible sources are telling us the truth. I'm only putting it together for you. Tell me how I'm wrong. Because I'm not. And I wish I was. I truly, truly wish I was. But it's getting worse. Think about it. How weak is the Biden-Harris administration? How weak has progressivism made the world? Well, in Canada, a nation where Justin Trudeau, he idolizes the Chinese Communist government. They are his idols. He wants Canada to be more like the communists in China. And what did China do? They opened up illegal police stations in Montreal and Brossard. They have 2 Chinese police stations. These are, when I say this, I mean these are communist police running around the city of Montreal enforcing the laws of China in Canada. It is internationally illegal. It is a crime because Justin Trudeau is weak, because Justin Trudeau is a progressive, and he's pushing progressive ideology, just like in the United States. And if you think I'm saying, oh, well, how's that going to affect the United States? Because, oh, there it is. Nope, where is it? Is this the one? Yes. Because as I told you 5 months ago, October 2nd of 2022, the fact is that they are actually doing the same exact thing here in the United States. The Chinese have four of these illegal international police stations. The Communist Party of China is running around in New York City and across the United States enforcing Chinese communist law in the United States, just like they're doing in Canada in Montreal. It's the truth, folks. I don't need to make this stuff up. This is coming from ABC News. This is from the Canadian government. Again, this is from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. You can see it here. FBI Director Christopher Wray expressed concern that these unauthorized, otherwise known as illegal and internationally breaking the law, police stations in a congressional hearing November of 2022, 30 days after I first told you about this in October 2nd of 2022. It took the Biden-Harris administration an entire month before they even mentioned that it was happening, and they said, but we don't think so. The evidence, we have evidence that it's happening. I had people on this program talking about it, actually telling people the exact address as we were talking about it. It's that well known. It is that obvious a fact. But Joe Biden is so busy trying to chase the next election, he's so busy trying to appease the communists in China that he was afraid that if they admitted that there are Chinese police in America because Joe Biden is too weak to tell them to get out, that he would lose votes, that the Democratic Party would lose votes. That's why you aren't told about it. And this is affecting everyone, because the United States is not the only one who's got crazy immigration going on. I mean, you can see it right now. This is in England.
These are the famous White Cliffs of Dover in England and its docks. Over 45,000 migrants landed in the south of England in 2022, a 500% increase in the last 2 years.
Think about that. In England, there was a 500% increase in illegal aliens because of their progressive policies. 500%. In America, we have 5 million known illegal aliens. They are criminals. They're illegal aliens. Illegal because they broke the law. Aliens because they're not from the United States. Illegal aliens. It is a legal term. It is the correct term. If you don't like it, I don't care, because it's a legal term. It is the correct way to name them. They're not undocumented migrants because we didn't ask them to migrate and they don't have documentation. That makes them illegal. We got to stop playing with these names and being nice and I want you to feel better. You can't call them illegal just because they broke the law. Yes, I can. They're illegal aliens. 5 million of them that we caught. A 500% increase in the United Kingdom because they are weak and they are trying to live up to the Communist Party, to the socialist ideas, because they're afraid to not be woke. You know, I'm just being honest with you, folks. I'm just trying to be honest with you. But this is all costing us. Because as we are making China stronger, as we are making North Korea and Iran and Russia stronger, as they are uniting to fight America and our allies, it's costing us money and it's costing us our lives. You think I'm wrong. You think, Mike, how could you possibly prove that? This is the Financial Times. Again, an internationally credible source. Yes, I will get to U.S. news shortly. But again, I want you to understand the impact of this. It is going to cost the United States tens of millions of dollars. We have allowed China to get so big. They're building up a navy so large that Australia is terrified. Australia is terrified of the Chinese Navy. And America is so weak that Japan has to make their own military. South Korea is making their own military. The Philippines wants the United States to come back to the Philippines to put back a base they told us to get out of. Remember that? The Philippines kicked the United States out of their nation and closed down our bases. Today they want them back because China got that strong. And now we're going to make a new deal to build nuclear boats, nuclear submarines for Australia. Now I want you to think about this for a second. This is $125 billion in Australian dollars. I don't remember what the conversion is from Australian dollars to American dollars. About $100 billion, roughly. We're going to spend $100 billion US to build nuclear submarines for Australia at the same time that Japan is spending $325 billion to make an army, at the same time that South Korea is becoming the fourth largest arms manufacturer in the world. Do you notice how they're all militarizing? Everyone in the world is getting an army put together. Everyone in the world is militarizing. And every one of these nations, what's the thing they have in common? The United States is their ally. The United States guaranteed them through our treaties that we would protect them. And they don't trust us anymore. That's why Australia suddenly, out of the blue, are building their own nuclear submarines. And we can't even build them for them for years. There's a backlog. They won't even start making the submarines for Australia until 2032. Let me say that again. We won't even start to make the submarines for Australia until 2032. But they're that desperate. They're that desperate. And it's costing $100 billion. This is costing you. This is costing me. Because nobody trusts that the United States will actually protect them anymore. Because we have no leadership. Because we have no plan. Because we are sitting back and bowing to China, to North Korea, to Iran, and to Russia. Because now we're not willing to do anything that is actually effective and efficient, because the progressives, Joe Biden, Jamie Raskin, Kamala Harris, they're too busy trying to win the next election. That's what they're worried about. They want to get through the next election. Meanwhile, the world is going to hell in a handbasket. It's so upsetting to me. It's so very, very upsetting to me. Hang on a second, folks. Just want you to know. I'm finishing up with the foreign news right here. I only have one more foreign news story that I want to cover with you to give you an understanding of what the situation is and what happens when you have bad leaders, when you have weak leaders, leaders that have no plan, they have no leadership, they have no respect. And that's Joe Biden, that's Kamala Harris. And I know they sold you on the idea that everyone in the world knows Joe Biden. And so he can have diplomacy and he can make things work out better. He's better than Trump. He's better than all the Republicans. He has the experience and the world trusts him. And this is the result. Yes, the world knows Joe Biden. President Xi out of China, the Communist Party of China, Vladimir Putin out of Russia, the Ayatollah Khomeini out of Iran, they all know him. They all know Joe Biden, and they think he's a joke. They have absolutely no fear nor respect for him, and even less for Kamala Harris. That's a fact. And we need to tell them to get their act together. We need to tell the members of Congress to stop playing progressive socialist games, to stick with the Constitution, and to protect America. And by protecting America, we protect the rest of the world. That's what we need to do. Because I tell you what, while we're playing these games with the world, we're spending $200 million to try and convince Pakistan that same-sex marriage is a good thing, that they have to have gender studies, that they have to be woke. We're spending untold hundreds of millions of dollars in India, and India is laughing in our face. This is from the Hindustan Times today, Sunday, March 12th. They're opposing this. They're laughing in people's faces saying, you cannot give rise, statutory recognition of marriage is limited to heterosexuals in nature because that is the norm throughout history and is foundational to both existence and continuance of the state, according to Center. Hence, considering it's a social issue, the state has a compelling interest in granting recognition to heterosexual marriage only, to the exclusion of other forms of marriage and unions. This is how many hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent by the Biden-Harris administration to try and convince India and Pakistan and the Middle East that they have to be woke. And it isn't working here. Woke is destroying businesses. Woke is dividing our nation. Woke is not accepted. Now, I want to be very clear here when I say this. I'm not quoting the Hindustan Times, India and Pakistan. I'm not saying that they're correct that LGBTQAI plus doesn't exist. It does, absolutely. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't have gay marriage. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you want a marriage, you go to a religious institution. And if your church or your synagogue or your mosque, if that'll let you have a gay marriage, fantastic, good for you. That's your life. You live it. It's got nothing to do with me and should not be a matter that I have to deal with. That's on you. But if you're going to the government, no one gets a marriage, gay or straight. That's not what the government's for. You get a contract. You get a contract, period. I said this when I was running for Congress in 2014. I have said this and had this discussion with several members of Congress. The point is, everyone gets a contract, period. You want a marriage? That's religious. Go to your religious institution. You talk with the religious institution and deal with that. Everyone gets a contract. That's it. And that handles the property rights. That's it. But we're trying to convince the rest of the world to be like California. We want India to be like California. We want Pakistan to be like India. Except they see Gavin Newsom and they see what he did and they don't want him. They see what Kathy Hochul has done to New York State. They saw what Andrew Cuomo did to New York State before Kathy Hochul. They don't want that. They reject that. They are looking at every one of the bluer than blue progressive states in America, and they have said they reject it. They absolutely do not want to touch it and be anything like America as we spend hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, trying to convince them otherwise. This is money that you could use. Do you know we're spending more money on trying to convince the world to be woke than we're spending on feeding kids in schools? Did you know that? This is for the audience. Did you know that? That literally we spend more money trying to convince the countries around the world to be woke and to copy California than we actually do in trying to feed children in America. It's terrifying. We should be terrified by this. Here's an idea so you can get a better understanding. This is from the United States, U.S. aid. This is from the government. They were trying to spend $2.6 billion a year. $2.6 billion a year to push gender equality worldwide. Think about that. Do you know how many kids can be fed? Do you know how many homeless people could have somewhere to sleep at night? Do you know how many problems in America could be fixed, outright fixed, with $2.6 billion? How about this? Let's pay off some of the U.S. debt. I understand. $2.6 billion barely touches anything when we're spending trillions, when we have trillions in debt. But it's better than nothing. It's better than just spending more money. We could either spend the money to make something better in America, or we could pay down the debt, because the rest of the world doesn't want to be California. People in California don't want to be Californians. The number one place that people are leaving, number one state that people are leaving, California. Number two, New York State. And that's only because the last year we saw that reverse. New York State used to lead for 6 years in a row. People were running away from New York State faster than any other state in the nation. And now California leads. Why is it the progressive states are leading the nation and people running away from them? If their ideas are so bloody good, if they're so great, shouldn't people be moving into New York? Shouldn't people be moving into California or into New Jersey? But they're not. They're moving out. They're getting away from the progressive ideas. Meanwhile, we're trying to spend $2.6 billion a year to convince the rest of the world to do what people in the United States don't want to do. Does that make sense to you folks? Could you imagine how many kids we could feed in America with $2.6 billion? Money that the rest of the world doesn't care about. That's being wasted because some leftist professor in a college wants to feel better about their life. That's why we're wasting the money. That's why Bill Maher, who I have no love for, as we have gone over on this channel before, I think Bill Maher is a crackpot. He is only upset. He's contrite. He's upset today because the progressive policies he has been pushing for years are actually coming to bite him in the ass. Because now that it's uncomfortable for his life, now it's a problem. Now we've gone too far as a progressive nation. But you know what? Even with that, he's sometimes correct. And as it was reported by MSN and The Wrap, woke culture is a joke. Hot Chick says that General Flynn is a great dad. Okay. I don't know. I can't answer that, but thank you for the comment. I'm paying attention, folks. I am watching for your comments. But we're talking about domestic U.S. issues now. We're done with the international. Let's talk about the United States itself. And Bill Maher is now seeing the light. It has affected him so much that he is now saying, wait a minute, it's being woke is a joke. In fact, he said, here it is. A recent article written by George Packer for The Atlantic. This is a far left news magazine, The Atlantic, criticized the Sierra Club, a far left organization. So this is the left attacking the left for not being woke enough about how woke these companies are. So the left, a leftist progressive newspaper, is criticizing a leftist progressive organization, quote, Equity Language Guide, because Sierra Club, a far left progressive organization, created an equity language guide. You can't speak anymore without checking about what the priority of the words are. The government and the progressives have to tell you the words that you're supposed to use. You're not supposed to think. Don't use a dictionary. Don't use a thesaurus. You have to use their words. They've approved them already. You don't get a choice. Can you imagine that? That's just insulting to me. Here are the approved words that you can use, which says is to demonstrate commitment to equity, justice, and inclusion, and is by using respectful, thoughtful language in all of our communication. You are not respectful. You are not equity. You're not living up to social justice if you say American, if you say blind, if you say crazy. In any context, you are not a good person. You are a bad guy because you used the word American. In America. Let that sink into your head right now. The progressives have gotten to the point that they think that they control your life so much that they can tell you you can't use the word American to describe yourself. In America. In the United States of America, we can't use the word American because it's not woke enough. Do you now understand why it's costing us $2.6 billion a year to try and convince the world to be like California? Because this is stupid. This is coming out of California. This is the idiocy that we see from the woke side, the progressive ideology. But I'm a bad guy because I want to make America as great as it can be. Yeah, what does MAGA mean? Make America great. And oh my God, I said the word America. Oh, I'm not being woke. Social justice it's a social justice heart attack. Are you kidding me, folks? Think about that for a second. And of all people, this is Bill Maher. He's hardly on the right. He is not anywhere near anything that would be considered right-leaning. And he has finally realized that the damage is so bad that it's affecting his life, so he has to speak up. And he says, he mentioned, I think felon is now justice-involved person. Do you see how stupid that is? A felon is now a justice-involved. No, you're a criminal. You know, you don't want to use the word felon. You're a criminal. How's that for a word? Because it accurately describes what happened. You were convicted of a crime. You are a criminal. You don't want to use the word felon? How about criminal? Simple, legal, straightforward. It's a legal term and it has no sex to it. It's not male or female. It's just criminal. But no, The progressives want to change your words. They want to change the way you think. They want to control your life down to the language that you use. Tell me how that is not oppressive. Tell me how that is not authoritarian when they say justice involved person. I'm sorry, screw you, kiss my buttocks. I'm not going to say that. Bill Maher goes on to say, he cited that the death tax used to be called the estate tax. It's an estate tax. It's not death tax. You're not being taxed because you're dead. You're being taxed because you had property. That's an estate. Again, stupid wording from the left. He goes on to say, where is this? Here it is. That's what's going on now, Bill Maher says. There's an order that comes. This is Bill Maher. This is how obvious it is. This is where the joke is. There's an order that comes from a small group of people we don't know. We don't know who they are. We can't ask who they are. It comes from on high, a small progressive group with an agenda, and they're saying, you need to say Latinx now. There is no one who is Latin. There is no Latino, Latina, no Hispanic in the world that calls themselves Latinx. None. It doesn't happen. This is a progressive term, Latinx. And it is an insult. It is an appropriation of the Hispanic language, which, I thought we're not supposed to appropriate languages. We're not supposed to appropriate cultures. You're appropriating a bloody language, people, Latinx. No one uses that. And he goes on to say, and you need to say, person experiencing homelessness. I was homeless. I was homeless. I know what it is to be homeless. And it's not a person. Was I experiencing homelessness? Yes. And that's why I was homeless. I was homeless. It happened. It's not a proud thing. It's a reality. It's a truth. It's why I am an advocate to fight against homelessness. And I speak about it on a regular basis. I go to colleges and talk to students about what it is to be homeless, how to fight against that, how to turn your life around and to bring yourself back into a better position. I have experienced it. I lived it. And if they want to tell me I was a person experiencing their home, no, I was homeless. Don't tell me how I lived my life. Don't tell me how I can define my life experiences. I know the English language, and if I don't, I can find a dictionary. I can find a thesaurus. I don't need some woke politician telling me what I can and cannot say. Bill Maher goes on to say, and I feel like this is why woke becomes a joke, because you'd rather rename it than solve it. Exactly. They're not solving the problems. They're not fixing anything. You have to use their words, their pronouns, their thinking. They get to control it all. You don't get to do anything except obey. And it doesn't work. It's not making anything better. It's not reducing crime. It's not reducing the number of people who are homeless in the world. It's not reducing any taxes. In fact, we know that they have to raise more taxes because they keep giving our money to the rest of the world to try and convince them to be as woke as California. And nobody wants to do it. Let me go back to the comments here. By the way, if anyone is experiencing that your comments aren't showing up, it is not me. I have not blocked anyone except a bot. When they have the little dot whatevers, I do not block people for their comments, whether they agree with me or disagree with me. And people who have been watching this channel over the last 17 years, the 5 years that we have been doing this, 5 years and 11 episodes now, they'll tell you, I don't stop people from talking. I've been cursed at. I've been yelled at. I don't stop people from leaving comments. So, as long as you're respectful and you're not giving me a threat because I get death threats, that's not me. So if your comments aren't showing up, that's YouTube or Facebook. It means that the channel is being suppressed as we speak, which means please like, share, and subscribe because they are terrified of what's happening. If you can't leave a comment, that means that they are trying to suppress us. They don't want anyone in the world to hear this because they are afraid that someone's going to realize that Bill Maher is correct, that I am correct, when I tell you that they are taking your money out of your pocket through taxes so that they can give it to everyone else in the world to try and convince them to be like California, a state that everyone is leaving because it is a failure at every level. It has failed. That is empirical. It is not an opinion. It is not a guess. It's not my relative truth. It is the truth. It is an empirical fact. Let me go back to some of the comments. So, user has been banned. Hello, I'm glad that you're here with us. And user has been banned says, it's okay. He doesn't need to be called an American because he's from Antarctica. He's an Antarctican, the smallest minority in the world. You're funny. I like the joke. User has been banned says, now a bill is centrist and Trump is super far right since the left jumped over to the left, far left, so far to in the Overton window. But the spoiled trust fund kids with zero life experience know better than everyone. And you're correct. It's crazy now that everything, you can't keep up with how far left. Bill Maher is called a right, that he's on the right, that he's right-leaning. Bill Maher, the same man that told women that it was so important. This was in May of 2022. Bill Maher went out and publicly told women that Me Too was not as important as electing Joe Biden. That is a fact, not a question. Look up the article. It's there. May 2022, Bill Maher saying Me Too is not as important as electing Joe Biden when Joe Biden was being confronted with a possible sexual assault. He said that. Bill Maher, 2019, said that we needed to have a recession so that Donald Trump couldn't get elected, which meant that he wanted to see tens of thousands of Americans lose their jobs. He wanted to see poverty increase. He wanted people to not be able to feed their kids just so that he could win an election for his political preference. That's Bill Maher. That's how far left Bill Maher is. And now they call him right-leaning because he dares to say you're stupid and it's a joke when someone says that a criminal, a felon, is a justice-involved person. I'm sorry, that's stupid. It's just point-blank stupid. If you call me Latinx, I may punch you in the face because it is an insult to me, my ancestors, my family, because there is no such thing as Latinx. And you are, according to the left, that's a microaggression. You're discounting my entire history, my family. You're discounting my language. By the way, I'm an American. My first language is English. I speak better Russian than I speak Spanish, but it doesn't matter. Even Bill Maher can recognize how ridiculous this is. But some kid who's 18, just got out of high school, first time that they've ever been outside their mom and dad's home, is in a college, and they're trying to tell me how to use the English language. They're trying to tell you how to use the English language. They just learned the English language. They don't even know the words in the English language. Kids don't even know the words. They need Grammarly. They need autocorrect on their phones. They can't write. They can't read. They don't know the definitions of anything. And they're going to tell you, a grown adult who's lived a lifetime, Maybe you have your own kids. They're going to tell you, oh, no, you can't say that. You don't know. That's the wrong word. You can't say that. Why the hell not? What gave them the right to decide what you and I can say? Well, I'm a progressive. That's their answer. Well, we're progressives. Progressives are the right side of history. We're the right way of thinking. That's a cult. Cults speak like that. Cults think like that. That's not empirical. Well, it's not empirical truth. It's my truth. No such thing. That's stupid. My truth doesn't change whether or not gravity exists. It doesn't make the sun rise in the west. My truth doesn't mean that I can walk across a highway in the middle of the day. My truth is meaningless. There is the truth. That's it. And you can have your opinion, but there's the truth. Even Bill Maher cannot deny this insanity anymore. And even Bill Maher sees the damage that it is doing to America and the world, because it is making weak men and women. It is making weak Americans who do not understand the consequences of what they are doing, and they are harming the world. And rogue nations like North Korea, China, Iran, and Russia are taking advantage of it, and they are getting worse because we are seeing the world, the entire world is militarizing. I want you to realize and understand that the consequence of being weak, being woke, is that the rest of the world is going crazy. Terrorists are trying to get into America and probably have been. They are going around Africa and the rest of the world, and they are killing people for not believing what the crazy radicals believe. They are exporting socialism and communism. They are increasing the amount of nuclear weapons in the world. They are starting and trying to start wars. They're threatening nations like Taiwan. They're threatening Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Moldavia. It is getting worse. None of this is getting better. And even if you want to say, well, that's off somewhere else, and that is hurting the American country, both in terms of a lack of goods, supply chain shortage, a global food crisis, 30% less food in the world, and higher inflation, a recession. What a success story that the progressives have put before you. Between Obama and his transformation into what? Wait for it. Wait an entire 8 years before you find out, to be progressive. Transform into a progressive. That's what Obama was saying. Transform into a socialist. He made you wait 8 years before you could find out what he was transforming America into. And now here comes Joe Biden to finish the job and crush this nation. If you think I am wrong, 607-242-9247. If I have misunderstood this, if my evidence is not correct or clear, if you think you can dispute this, I will respectfully listen to you and be happy to have that conversation with you. Hang on a second. I just got a message from someone listening to the program. They sent it to me as a private message. Biden is the first Democrat to send us into war. No, he's not. But since the Trump administration, the first Democrat to send us back into wars and to start new wars, that's Joe Biden. Under the Trump administration, America started 0 new wars. You can't say that about Bush. You can't say that about Obama. You can't say that about Clinton. But you can say Trump started 0 new wars. Biden shows up the same day he doubled the number of troops in Syria. And today, We are now fighting. This is a proxy war, an economic war. It's actually about to be an actual physical war in the Ukraine. We have tanks on the ground. We might be sending fighter jets, which means we need American troops on the ground. I mean, it's just that straightforward. Jan mentions, besides that YouTube is blocking her comments, YouTube doesn't like what she's saying. They just don't. They're blocking gay people from making comments on this program. YouTube, I do not give you permission to censor my audience. I don't care what they have to say. Do not block my audience from making a comment, even if it's a comment I don't like, or maybe I do like it, I don't know. Let me make that decision. I'm a grown adult. I'm about to be 55. I think I can handle a couple of harsh words if that's what's happening. I think people who are grown adults have the right to make a comment, whether they agree or disagree, or maybe there's something that I'm missing, especially if they happen to be gay. I'm not gay. I'd like to hear what the gay community has to say, especially when we know that many of these nations, like Iran, hates gay people. They hate the LGBTQAI+. Communists hate the LGBTQAI+. Russia hates the LGBTQAI+. They have all made those statements. So I think it might be important to hear what they have to say. And they don't have to use progressive words to say it. That's why we have a language called English, not progressive, English. I don't need to learn a new language that's made up for political hacks. I speak Russian, I speak Spanish, very, very little Arabic, and I speak primarily American English, my native tongue, the first language I ever learned, because I'm an American. I don't need to speak progressive. God, it's insane, folks. And I really hate that YouTube is stopping anyone from making a statement about anything. But that, as frustrated as I am, that Bill Maher is now trying to claim that he's some kind of good guy, that he's some kind of saint, that he's standing up for the American people, and he's trying to make things better, which is all a lie. He's part of the reason why we have the problems we have right now, because he made those problems, because he pushed for those problems. He pushed Democrats on his program and through his fame to elect these non-leaders and to put us in this problem. I'd give Bill Maher 0 passes. He's the problem. He caused this issue. And now that he's saying, oh my God, this is stupid, too late, you moron. We knew that years ago. Anyway, let me try and address something. See, it's because of people like Bill Maher, not just Joe Biden, not just Kamala Harris or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Andrew Yang, Jamie Raskin, Adam Schiff. It's not just them. It's not just them. It's the Red Cross. They have this is how bad it is. I don't know if you people heard about this. Did anyone hear about this? This came out March 9th. The Red Cross is using your money to get illegal aliens to come into America. They are funding criminality. They're taking your tax dollars so that they're taking the government, United States government, under the Biden-Harris administration, with the full authorization of Adam Raskin and Jamie Raskin, Nancy Pelosi, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders, Chuck Schumer. They're taking your money and they are giving it to the Red Cross. And the Red Cross is taking your money and they're giving maps. Literally, they are giving maps to illegal aliens outside the United States. They're actually going outside of the United States to give illegal aliens maps on how to enter illegally the United States to, again, take more of your money as we have to pay to take care of those illegal aliens. This is such a setup. This is a setup. I believe the section that I have quoted here. The maps made by the Red Cross show 5 train routes and teach illegal aliens. They're not immigrants. They aren't authorized to be in America. No one invited them here. They're not immigrants. They are illegal aliens. It teaches illegal aliens, criminals. If you don't like the word illegal alien, criminal. They are criminals. How's that? They're breaking the United States immigration law. They are criminals. If you don't want to use illegal alien, fine. I'll meet you halfway. Criminals. And teach criminals how to jump onto freight trains safely to get free transportation to the United States. The trains enter the following U.S. border areas. Enter the United States at El Centro, California, Yuma, Arizona, El Paso, Texas, Del Rio, Laredo, and the Rio Grande Valley. Do you see that, folks? This is your tax dollars. This is the Red Cross working with progressives to be woke, to take your money and to give it to someone else so that they can break the law, come to New York City, and have 5, so that the practical progressive Mayor Eric Adams can spend $5,000 a day putting these illegal aliens, these criminals, in a hotel, 3- and 4-star hotels, with your money. Spending $60,000 per illegal alien or criminal, whichever word you want to use, spending $60,000 a year on them. You know what? I can comfortably say that half of America doesn't make $60,000 a year. The median income in America is $35,000. They are spending more money making illegal aliens comfortable living in 3- and 4-star hotels with your money because the Red Cross told them how to get here. And people want to say, but Mike, that's compassionate. Don't you think of the children. Think of all these. No, I am thinking about the children. It is a crime. It is child abuse to take a child on foot on 1,000 or 2,000 miles to break the law. I'm sorry, that's criminal. That is a crime. We know that people are doing this without money, without planning, and therefore they are being abused, whether that means they become drug mules, or they become sex slaves, or they have human trafficking. It's the same thing. They are exposing themselves to criminality to make a crime, and they are being abused. It is actually worse. You are making the situation worse by actually telling them this is the best way to come to America, and you can go to New York or California, and they're going to give you thousands of dollars and let you live in hotels. This is not a disincentive. This is why we have 5 million of these people trying to get in America that we caught, along with at least 98, we believe, terrorists. Do you get this, folks? This is what woke is getting you. They don't even want me to call them illegal aliens, the correct legal term. They want me to call them immigrants. They're undocumented. No one's illegal. Yes, if you break the law, you're illegal. Period. Full stop. Yes, that's the definition of the word. Do you not understand the English language? Get a dictionary, get a thesaurus. It is illegal. They are criminals. Why do the progressives want you to make the illegal aliens feel good? They broke the law. Why are we concerned about the feelings of criminals who are reliant on my tax dollars, your tax dollars, to live a better life than I'm living or you're living. Let me go back to some of the comments, because I know there's a few comments on this, and I want to hear everyone's words. User has been banned, says that Bill Maher is nutty, and I agree. And in talking about the Red Cross, user has been banned mentions it's not just the Red Cross. There are a bunch of NGOs, non-governmental organizations, that are doing this exact same kind of thing, taking your tax dollars to help people break the law so that they can get paid even more of your tax dollars. And in a recession, they're taking more of your money to help criminals live a better life than you. Yes, and you're right, users banned. There are many of them, but it's the Red Cross. I guarantee you, most people did not see this news story, and I know MSNBC, CNN, ABC News, CBS, the New York Times, they're not talking about this. I looked for their articles. They aren't there. Google has, if there are any articles from those guys, Google has eliminated them from the search engines. You can't find them. Jan says, that doesn't surprise me since we see them crossing with new clothes and cell phones. Yes, where are they getting the cell phones? How do they have a map to see where they're going to get onto the train to get into America? Because of your tax dollars through the Red Cross. Yes, and Users Demand mentions it's the UN funding it too. Yes, the UN. Who pays the UN? The United States. The country paying the largest percentage or portion of its dues to the UN is the United States. It's just like with NATO. Who's the biggest contributor? The United States. So again, it's the United States government doing this. User Has Been Banned says they've been doing it in Europe for quite a while, and that's correct. It's not a new system. I don't know if America shipped the idea out to Europe and the European Union and United Kingdom, or whether they gave it to the Americas, but one of these progressive groups spread this around to all the other progressives, and now they all think they can do it. It's stupid. Asian Black says, he thinks there's an immigration bill being fast-tracked in the United Kingdom, maybe on Monday, 430 million sent to France. No, I actually covered that a little bit earlier, actually at the beginning of the show, just a little while ago. And that is, here it is. Agent Black, what you're talking about, it's actually $577 American that is going to be used, that the United Kingdom is giving to France because there's 500% more illegal aliens in England coming from France. That's the cost of these kind of things. To put into perspective, for 45,000 illegal aliens, England is spending $500 million. We have 5 million illegal aliens in the United States. Hell, some cities have 45,000 illegal aliens in a week. That's $500 million. How much money is this costing us? And we have the Red Cross giving them roadmaps. They literally have a clear map. Let me go to New York. New York's giving me a better deal in California today. Maybe next week they'll go to California because California will up the ante and go, we want some of those illegal aliens too because we're just as progressive as New York. It's the competition. New York wants to be more progressive than California. They constantly try and out-progressive each other with your money. We can stop this, folks. We can stop this stupidity. If your child comes home from college and says Latinx, if they're talking about incarcerated citizens, smack them upside the head and say, get a dictionary, go back to school, pick up your 6th grade English dictionary, and talk to me like a human being. Don't tell me that you're woke. Don't tell me you're a progressive. Pick up the 6th grade dictionary and let's have a conversation. Stop talking like one of your teachers. You're brainwashed. And let's stop letting these policies affect us. I have no responsibility for a criminal, period, point blank. You have no responsibility for a criminal. If someone decides to break the law, I am not responsible to take care of them. It is not my job to make sure they feel comfortable for breaking the law and while they're breaking the law. It is not my responsibility to help them break the law. Can we get this through to the minds of these thick-headed progressives? If you believe in open borders, if you believe in breaking the immigration policy of the United States, as we have seen with sanctuary cities in California, sanctuary states like California and New York City, I'm sorry, I have absolutely zero obligation to make the life comfortable of a criminal. Period. And in fact, by giving them these maps, by giving them the cell phones, the clothes, by making sure they're aware that you're going to spend $5 million a day in New York City to put them into 3- and 4-star hotels. These are people who live their entire life in a shack. Literally, my garage, which has got a leak in the roof, is better quality of life than they grew up in their own countries. My garage, which I don't use. I don't have a car. It's just a bunch of old boxes. And that has a better quality of life than what many of these people grew up with. And we're putting them in 4-star hotels. And you mean to tell me they're not calling? We gave them a cell phone and a map. They're living in a 4-star hotel. And you mean to tell me that they're not calling up their mom, their brother, their sister, their uncle, everybody they've ever known and said, hey, I'm in a 4-star hotel, got food service and everything. Someone comes and cleans my bed every day. I don't pay a dime for any of it. They're paying for me to get the food. I don't have to do anything. I'm living like a king. You think they're not having that conversation? Tell me how this isn't encouraging more illegal immigration. But the progressives will tell you, no, but this will stop them. We're disencouraging them. Kamala even said so. Kamala went once, Kamala Harris went to a meeting about the southern border. And we had more illegal aliens show up in America after she had the meeting than were showing up before she said anything. Please stop letting Kamala Harris speak. Again, I will say it every time. On all these issues, I know that there are progressives who they get insane. They'll go crazy. I know there's politicians. I know for a fact there are politicians who watch this. They tell me after the show. They tell me privately in phone calls and in person, and they'll tell me, I'm so angry with you, Mike. You got that so wrong. I absolutely disagree. But none of them have the balls to call in during the show and actually have a conversation. You know what? Call in. You're a progressive. You think I'm wrong? Let's have this conversation. The evidence I am showing you, it's coming from the left. It's coming from the United States government. It's coming from the New York Times. It's coming from Reuters. It's coming from The Guardian and the BBC News. You want to dispute this? Let's go and have this conversation. And yes, it upsets me. It upsets me because it should upset us all. Because this isn't right. It's taking advantage of people. It's creating a system of abuse. One of the reasons why we have more slavery in the world, and human trafficking is slavery. Let's not sugarcoat it. Let's stop playing games. Human trafficking is slavery, whether it's for children or for women or for anyone else. And sometimes that slavery involves sexual abuse. Let's not sugarcoat it. That's what it is. And we have more of it in the world, especially in North America, because of the open border policy than before it. We are making more of a problem. We are causing more women and more children to be abused because of the progressive policies that they are trying to shove down our throats. And it's making the recession deeper. Why do we want to do this? It just doesn't make sense to me. It's pretty straightforward, folks, but let me go on. User Has Been Banned says they should be prosecuted as accomplices to child endangerment and even manslaughter for each person that the Border Patrol finds that is dead. You know what? I wouldn't be against that because, as I said, this is child abuse. This is abusing people. This is increasing the amount of slavery in the world. Whether you want to call it human trafficking to make it feel, because it feels nice, and someone can't handle the word slavery because the only thing they can think of when they hear slavery is the movie Roots. They think Kunta Kinte. That's what they're thinking of. I'm sorry, that's not modern day slavery. Ask Boko Haram. It's not. Ask Michelle Obama. That's not modern day slavery. But whatever you want to call it, we're making it worse. Progressives are not making it better. They're not helping anyone. They may go to sleep at night feeling better, but the consequence is we all feel those consequences. They went to sleep and they had a good night's sleep. We have a horrible life. They're lowering the quality of life and lowering the amount of freedom in the world for every night they get to sleep. They're going to go to sleep and feel great until the lights go out and their home is taken away from them. Until they become Bill Maher and it affects their life and they're no longer happy and they're losing some of their perks like their iPhones and their lattes coming from Starbucks. When it starts affecting them, then they're going to complain too. It's too late at that point. Which is why I'm on now with you around the world having this conversation. And I'm saying this to people in the United Kingdom, in France, Germany. I know we have an audience in India. I know we have an audience in Peru. I know we have an audience in Canada and Mexico and across the United States. And I'm willing to say this to you directly. I'm not afraid. You shouldn't be either. If you're a conservative, if you agree, and I don't say that you agree 100% with the way I'm saying it. I'm not asking you to agree with 100% of what I said. If you understand the concept, if you understand the problem, and you think it's time that we need to be honest about it, like, share, subscribe this. Let more people hear this so we can have this conversation. Let's make sure that we can beat the algorithm that's trying to shut down the voice of people who I happen to know on this program, who in the audience right now, who happen to be gay, and they're trying to make comments, and YouTube is shutting down their voice. You know what? YouTube, stop this. The only way I can stop YouTube from doing that, you have to like, share, subscribe. That's it. It's the only way. The channel needs to get larger, maybe 10,000 people, and YouTube won't shut down your voices. I'm not doing it. YouTube is. Because YouTube doesn't want you to think. Because I happen to believe that if you think it through, you're going to agree more than not. It doesn't mean you're going to be a Republican. It doesn't mean that you're going to be a conservative. It damn sure doesn't mean that you're going to be me. But I think you will agree with me more than the progressives who are actively lying to your face. And that's why YouTube doesn't want it to happen. It's like we had talked about earlier in the show, when we were talking about, you've been told for 2 years now? 2 years in a row, you heard Biden come out. Oh, the economy's great. Unemployment's down. Everything is fantastic. You don't have to worry. You heard from the press secretary, Jean Corinne, and she's saying, oh, the economy is fantastic. You don't have to worry because the unemployment is down. Everything's fantastic. Unemployment is up because the economy is bad. We've already been experiencing it for a while. It takes a while for the unemployment rate to catch up. It moved up. It's not down. We have inflation is up, not down. Inflation is higher. It has been higher every single month since February of 2021 when Joe Biden got in office. It has never gone down. It has only gone up. They have lied to your face. And you have people like Representative Jamie Raskin lying to your face. Progressive Jamie Raskin lying to your face, saying, oh no, poverty's down. Poverty is up, not down. Inflation is up, not down. He's lying to your face because he thinks you are stupid. And this channel at least will treat you like an adult. You don't have to like what I say. You don't have to feel good about what I say. You can try and argue with me, and I'm happy to hear it and tell me why you think I'm wrong. But I will at least treat you like a bloody adult and have an honest conversation with you and not lie to your face and tell you that you can't tell me any different because you're using the wrong words. You're not a progressive. That is insulting. Okay, let me get to catch up with some of the comments again, because I missed a couple. Here we go. In terms of the illegal aliens, nope, I read that one. User has been banned, says, sink the boats agent. Well, find the dead, sink the boat agent. Not sure what that means. Okay, talking about the illegal aliens. Oh. Users banned talking to Agent Black that England should just sink the boats. Well, that kind of happened in Italy, and they got 1,500 illegal aliens because people were feeling bad that these illegal aliens crossing the Mediterranean, their ships sank, and so, we've got to take them in now because they're going to drown. Why were you so stupid to get it? It's like the people who come from Cuba on inner tubes. I understand. You want a better life. You're in an inner tube in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic Ocean. Why in the hell would you do this? This is a great way to get yourself killed. But, we're the bad guys if we say don't do that. I don't know. Jan says, Democrats want to allow illegals to vote so they can vote for them. Also, what I said earlier, fighters and have people who fight for their side. Yeah, well, it has long been understood that we noticed that Democrats are not just letting illegal aliens into the United States, they're also giving them the vote. This is the payoff. This is the thing that they expect. Why can an illegal alien get a road map, a treasure map, to the United States? They're in Honduras, they're in Nicaragua, they're in Venezuela. They get a brand new phone and brand new clothes from the Red Cross telling them, here's your treasure map to America. They go into America, they come to New York City, they go to California, and they get $5,000 a night. They get $15,000 from Andrew Cuomo. Yes, he gave them $15,000 each and every illegal alien. He gave them $15,000, $2 billion he spent on illegal aliens. It's a fact during the lockdown. But they're getting all this money. They get to live in 4-star hotels. And the payoff, the way they pay that back, is they get to vote in New York City, in California. They get to vote in elections. And do you think they're going to vote Democrat or not? Since the Democrats made it clear they're the ones giving them that wonderful hotel room, they're the ones that gave them the road map, gave them the cell phone, they're the ones who are paying for their food, who do you think they're going to vote for? If that ain't bribery, I don't know what is. It's an election interference. But anyway, Agent Black says, when 400 illegals show up in a hotel, locals suffer badly. Some can't leave their homes. Most are fighting age males. Exactly. There is something wrong with this. Users Been Banned says, apparently, Lefty in Liverpool, I think it was, had a protest against what's going on, and they were labeled far right. It's meaningless now. Yeah, everyone is far right. If you ever disagree with a progressive, you are far right. Or here's the one they like to use, Trumper. You're a Trumper. What the hell does that mean? I don't play a trumpet and I don't know what that has to do. I'm not Donald Trump. What the hell does that mean? Just like they use MAGA as a slur. They think that telling me, oh, you're a MAGA Republican. You mean I'm an American that believes in making America great? Yes, I am. I'm an American that believes in making America great. How is that an insult? I would have to believe that the exact opposite is an insult. How can you tell me that saying America is great, that's so insulting? To who? Who in their right mind wants to live in a crappy country? Who wants their country to be the least great country? Progressives, apparently. Progressives seem to think that's a great idea. Stupid. It is stupid. And to say, oh, well, you're MAGA. Yes, that's not an insult. It's a good thing. It's actually something that everyone should want. I don't care if you're progressive or conservative, libertarian or Republican. You want America to be as good as it is, as good as it can be. Why? You live here. Why in the hell wouldn't you want it to be great? Do you want to live in a crappy hellhole? Go to North Korea. Gee, there aren't a whole lot of people. I think there's about a dozen people a year that leave America for North Korea. Why? Because North Korea is a hellhole. There's maybe 100 people a year, roughly, that leave the United States to become citizens of communist China. There's about 15,000 people legally every year that leave China to become American citizens. I think the numbers tell you. I saw a great, do I still have this? Oh, here it is. Here's the answer to the MAGA thing. And this is from a friend on Facebook, but I think this is great. Here's the image. Socialism. This is the progressive ideology. This is the socialist ideology. Socialism is better than capitalism. That's their truth, the relative truth. Okay, here's the empirical truth. When the Berlin Wall fell down, East Germany and West Germany were now reunited. Where were people running? Were they running to the socialists, or were the socialists running to the capitalists? Which one is Germany today? Is it socialist or is it capitalist? Which one is the thing that the people preferred and actually was the better form of government? Is Russia capitalist or socialist right now? I understand where Putin may want it to go, but right now, which system do they use? Capitalism, socialism? Because they had socialism for 75 years. It seems to tell you what the answer is. It's that simple, folks. These aren't tough things to figure out. Agent Black says, yep, protests are across the country in the United Kingdom, but it's not televised. Yeah, they don't like to show you the results of progressivism. You know, how many times have we seen members of Congress say, what do you mean? There's illegal immigration isn't that bad. And then we go to the nightly news, the local news down in Laredo and Del Rio, Texas, and we get to see hundreds of people crossing the border. And the Democrats are like, oh my God, I didn't know that. That's what? They say, oh no, there's not that many illegal immigrants. And then we go to New York City and see the hotels filled with illegal aliens. Filled. No one else can go in because they're filled with illegal aliens. They don't want to show you that. In Atlanta, 150 progressives are attacking the police and public property. They are firebombing public property because they are insurrectionists. And the news media in America did not want to show the American people that. If you're so great, if this progressive idea is so fantastic, if Antifa are angels from heaven, then why the hell do they cover themselves head to toe, hiding themselves, their identities, and ignoring, and have the media trying to ignore them. I don't know. By the way, I am going to talk about January 6th in just a little bit. I am going to be talking about the Tucker Carlson video coming up very shortly. Hang on a second. So for all the heads that haven't exploded from all the progressives and the leftist Democrats who absolutely hate any conservative, any Republican, and they think we're all evil and MAGA is a bad word somehow, your heads are going to explode because we're going to be talking about the January 6th video very, very shortly. Your head's going to explode because everything that you've been saying about how evil it is, how you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. But we're going to get to that. Users been banned mentions that Hillary aided the markets opening back up in Libya, but she's okay to them. I can only conclude they are okay with it too. Hillary Clinton was absolutely evil. The Arab Spring that was promoted by the Obama administration was evil. It was one of the best ways to proliferate ISIS and Al-Qaeda throughout the entire Middle East. It was actually, if you're looking at the data on that, it was one of the worst fiascos, complete failure for freedom. And it was pushed by the Obama administration. Hot Chick says, should have used SV Girl. Sorry, Hot Chicks, I know I'm a little bit behind in reading through the comments. I apologize, folks. I get a little excited sometimes. So I'm a little bit behind. What is SV Girl? I don't know SV Girl. So just let me know what that is. I'll be happy to talk about that. Let's see. No, a user has been banned, says East Berliners would die to get over the wall. They died for decades. They died for decades in droves to get over that wall. I love it. Hot Chicks is like, oh, Valley Girl? Okay. Brought to you, yes, and this program is brought to you by the J6 Video Bank. Actual evidence, the truth. Not your truth, not relative truth, but the truth. Trigger warning for progressives. This program may cause your head to explode. No apologies will be given, nor any concern. Anyway, but please, folks, by the way, if you find this entertaining, if you find it informative, if you find this educational, if you think there are other people in the world that should hear this, if you know other conservatives that feel like they are alone, if you're a conservative on a college campus, you should watch it, like, share, have someone else see it. You guys are not alone. In America, you're not alone. In the United Kingdom, you're not alone. That's why I did an interview recently in the United Kingdom, because we're not alone around the world. More people, I would say the majority of people, have these views. Just most of them either can't make a comment or they're afraid to make a comment. Either YouTube and Facebook and the social media is blocking them actively. We know the Twitter files are real. It's not even it's not even a guess. It's real, it exists, and no one is denying that they have existed. They're just telling you it's not a bad thing. They're trying to convince you that it was a good thing that there was censorship rampant on Twitter, the same kind of censorship that I have no doubt exists on Facebook, on Google, and YouTube. No one's denying it. They're just saying it's a good thing. But of course, progressives always think it's a good thing when they get to suppress your voice and they tell you what your words to use. Go back and look at what Bill Maher had to say about that. Okay. Let me slow down. Hang on a second. I get excited. By the way, folks, again, you can always call in to 607-242-9247 at any time in the show. If there's something else you want to talk about, I'm happy to hear it. If you have a question, I want to hear it. If you want to tell me that you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear that. Please never be put off by the fact that I am passionate about the things that I talk to you about. That's why I spend 8 hours a day, 50 hours a week doing these shows, doing and preparing for this every Sunday and the shows that we do throughout the week. I do that because I want to speak with you about these things. I think it's important for us to have these discussions because I don't want you to feel like you're the only one that says, this stuff is crazy. Doesn't anyone see this? Yes, we do. And we try to talk and they try to suppress us, but we're winning. You just may not see it right away, but it's the fact. And that's why we try and reach more and more people. But don't take my enthusiasm, my passion, my conviction, and beliefs in what I say to stop you from making your comments, even if you disagree. And as anybody who's been watching me do this for the last 5 years and 11 episodes, they will tell you, we've had many people who have come on that absolutely disagree. Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, they've come out, they've had their voices, and we will treat them with respect and hear them out. That means you too. Because I'm not a progressive, and therefore you're not required to believe what I believe. You're not required to accept and just yes and obey anything I say, even though I am a black Hispanic, so I'm a double minority. Where does that rank me in the equity politics of the world? Where's that in the equity bingo? Ridiculous crap that is. Anyway, let's see where it's done. But anyway, let me move forward. Let's move forward in the show. Let's talk about January 6th. To talk about what's happening with January 6th, let's remember that the same people that were initially telling us that there was collusion, Rachel Maddow, MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, New York Times, there's collusion. Adam Schiff made it his nightly job to go on national TV and say he had evidence that there is collusion, that Russia collusion is the reason for the 2016 election. Oh, woe is me. Bad Republicans, so evil, so bad. Oh, there's a problem. And then we had 3 separate investigations. Yes, I remember the past. 3 investigations costing taxpayers, you and me, $35 million. How many children could have been fed with $35 million? How many homeless people could have been able to sleep in a warm bed if we had $35 million extra dollars? We spent $35 million to do 3 investigations to prove unequivocally that Adam Schiff is a liar, that everyone pushing the Russia collusion message was a liar. That's MSNBC, that's CNN, and they knew it. They knew they were lying because not once did Rachel Maddow say, where is the evidence? Show me the evidence. If Rachel Maddow is any kind of journalist, as she likes to call herself, if there is any integrity at CNN, MSNBC, the whole left-leaning news media, if they had any integrity, they would have said, show us the evidence. And they never did. They knew they were being corrupt. They knew they were selling you propaganda and not telling you the truth. But we spent $35 million anyway to confirm 3 times, no collusion. Did not exist. It was a lie. You were lied to. Point blank, no other way to explain it. They lied to your face. Those very same people, the FBI, came out on August of 2021 and told you to directly, told Congress, wrote the report, and let you know there was no coordinated plan. January 6th was not an insurrection. There was no coordinated effort to take over the United States government. There were 300,000 people on the Capitol grounds that day. 300,000 people. Do you know how many people normally are involved in when we see riots in countries, when we see coup attempts in countries, when the public actually revolts? Do you know how many people it takes? Somewhere between about 50,000 people. You can take over a country, you can run over a capital with 50,000 people. There were 300,000 people, Americans, on and surrounding the Capitol building that day. Not even all the people who were in Washington, D.C. that day, just at the Capitol. 300,000. If they wanted to take over the government, if there was any kind of plan whatsoever, the government would have been changed. Let's get that right. And I'm not the only one who can say that. The FBI is telling you and told you that. But what did they say? Every single news media said, but the FBI doesn't understand. They just didn't take everything into account. However, other commenters, this is from the Independent out of the United Kingdom. However, other commentators pointed out that the FBI investigation overlooked the facts dozens of members of far-right militias are facing conspiracy charges relating to the riot. This is their justification. It had to be a conspiracy. It had to be because we arrested people. We charged them with a crime. So it has to be true. It must be true. One has nothing to do with the other. They arrested people. That doesn't mean that the charges are correct. It didn't mean that a crime was committed or that the crime they got arrested for is the crime they should be convicted for. Let me take a moment here to just say something. Anyone who uses violence in a protest is a criminal. Let me say that again for the progressives who are hard of hearing. Any person who uses violence in a protest is a criminal. Anyone who uses force to coerce or intimidate someone to make a decision that they would not otherwise make on their own is a criminal and should be charged as such. I've always said that on this channel. I have 1,600 videos over 13 different years telling you that that is the case, that is the position we have always had. I don't care if it's on the left, right, center, anywhere else. And so, if you're going to tell me, well, there was people who committed violence on January 6th, convict them. Charge them with the crime and convict them. That doesn't mean it's attempt to take over the government. It doesn't mean it's an insurrection. It does mean there was violence. It does mean that they weren't a protester. And they should be duly charged and convicted of the crime they did. Not the same thing. Let's not take, again, let's use the English language law and actually apply it because they're not the same thing. Just because some progressive, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, will make up a story and keep changing the story until she gets enough sympathy to get someone thrown in jail does not mean she's correct. The evidence doesn't match that, and I know it because the FBI actually said that. And just because a bunch of progressives and Democrats said, no, that's not true because we don't feel like it's true because they're trying to win an election, does not mean they are right. The FBI did the research, they spent the money, they provided the evidence, and the fact is, there's no evidence, and to this day, in March 12th of 2023, no evidence exists that there was a plot to take over the government. Just doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. That's a fact. Whether the left likes it or not, doesn't exist. And I can hear the progressives right now screaming about that. Did you hear them scream? That's a bunch of leftists. Their heads are exploding. With that said, so we know that's the evidence that has been collected, as reported by left-leaning news media, refuting what they're saying. And again, they have been trying for a long time. This is from the New York Times, February 1st of 2023. February 1st, 2023. Now they're trying to change the story. We already know from 2021 that the FBI already provided us documents that said they already did the investigation, they already proved there's no collusion. But in February 2023, after you forgot that the FBI already did an investigation, that they already came up with a conclusion, that they're already sure that there is no plot, now here comes the New York Times saying, oh, well, it still could be a plot. There might have been a plot. The FBI might have been wrong. They just didn't understand. They are trying damn hard to convince you of something that didn't happen. They're trying damn hard to make you believe that there was a problem. But here's the thing, folks, and I'm going to get to the comments in 1 second, but their answer today in March is just trust us. Believe the progressives. That's what you heard from Chuck Schumer. That's what you're hearing from the far left. Just believe us. Don't look at any evidence. Don't pay attention. 40,000 hours of video exists. 40,000. The January 6th committee didn't look at that. They looked at a bunch of edits from news companies. They spent maybe 100 hours out of 40,000 hours. So it's no surprise that they're saying, well, I'll explain what I think in just 1 second, but I want you to understand, this is what they're telling you. Don't watch. So this is uncensored. I know Jazz Shaw. He is a member of Salem Media and Hot Air. He is a reputable source, and he has also verified this source, which is coming from, I believe, Breaking Headlines out of Florida's 3rd District, a former candidate. And this is the uncensored video. And I want you to hear this whole thing, folks. I want you to hear this.
We're going to do as he asks. Respect our landmarks. Respect the Capitol. Let's get out of here, guys. You know what? We're all going to stay out a little bit. He said he saw on his Twitter account. We're going to pull up the tweet. Donald Trump has asked everybody to go home. We're staying. Okay, then stay, motherfucker. I don't give a shit. This is America. You guys want to stay? That's fine. Donald Trump has asked everybody to go home. Yeah, hold on, wait. Read this. Hold on. Here, read this. Read it. Donald Trump, quote, I am asking for everyone in the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect our law enforcement, and men and women in blue. No. Pull up the video. There's a video. Yeah, he has a video. He just tweeted it. Fake news. I'll put it on here.
Let me pause it right here to make sure, one, everyone should be able to hear this. But two, and just as importantly, 11.3, this has been seen 11.3 million times. This particular tweet has been seen 25,000 times. The media is winning. The progressives are winning. No one's seeing this. There are 350 million people in America. This has been seen 11 million times. It's more than people who are watching CNN. It's more than people who are watching MSNBC. But they are winning because you're not seeing this. Because the public, there should be 100 million people who watch this. It affects 100 million people. It affects 350 million people. Everyone should have seen this at least once. But let me finish it up.
Okay, as long as it's Trump. Never listen to Trump. At least make one more point. No, dude. It's not going to make a point. You're just going to make yourself feel bad. Back it up, guys. Just back it up. We're not Antifa. We are not Antifa. We are not Antifa. Back it up. Back it up. We are not Antifa. We are not Antifa.
We will abide, but we want to be heard. This is the people's house.
Back it up. Come on now.
All right, folks. So I wanted to play that whole thing because that's what you see the left. That's what Chuck Schumer doesn't want you to see. That's what the Judicial Committee in Congress, the Democrats, they don't want you to see. Democrats, progressives, don't want you to see what you just saw. They want to hide that from you. They do not want you to hear that this is the QAnon shaman, as they like to call him. This is the man, Jacob Chansley, who they say is the face of insurrection, that he is the leader, he's the symbol. We have seen, thanks to Tucker Carlson, going through 40,000 hours, or at least several thousand hours of video, and we have seen that he was walking around the halls of Congress with 2 policemen flanking him, that he walked past half a dozen policemen as he was being led around the halls of Congress so that he could go into the floor of Congress, go onto the floor of Congress and to make the speeches and to have the photos that were edited by the mainstream media. It's just that simple. And Democrats, and he's the same man who were telling people, go home. The president said, go home. That's it. So this is the evil that they're talking. This is the MAGA they're talking about. This was the symbol of the MAGA. Telling people to go home, being escorted by police. This is the conspiracy? So the Capitol Police were in it. Is that it? So all the two Capitol Police officers were part of the conspiracy that was leading the QAnon shaman across the halls of Congress so that he could make his speeches, so that he could get the photos that were on every news media on the left-leaning site saying, oh my God, he's so evil. This is the evidence that they hid from his own defense team. They would not let his lawyers see this so that they could present it in his trial because it was a kangaroo court, because they wanted him guilty no matter what. They wanted the only image to be seen is to make him seem like he was some crazed radical that was trying to convince people to destroy the government and government property. And yet, evidence isn't there because they want you to believe their truth, the relative truth, not the absolute truth. And you notice you didn't hear Chuck Schumer say it's not real. You didn't hear any of the Democrats say, oh, this isn't real. This isn't that. No, what they're saying is, oh, we don't like it. Who cares if you like it? It's the truth. This is the real video. If you want to make your argument, here's the truth. Put that together with the video that you've been pushing for 2 years, and let's see where the truth is. Don't hide information from us. Don't lie to us and say, well, no, you don't need to see the truth, that this is not the violent insurrection that we told you it was. That's the only reason I have to believe, and you can tell me if you agree or not, folks. I really want to hear if people agree with me or not. There's only 2 things I can determined from when I see the video that Tucker Carlson put out, when I see the video that I just showed you. There's only two things that I can come up with. Either the Democrats, in particular, the members of the January 6th committee, either they didn't do their homework and they didn't look at any of the video other than what was given to them by the left-leaning news media to push their message, so they didn't know, which means they failed the public, they failed to do their job, and they didn't know this video existed. Or the only other choice is they knew this video existed, they knew that it does not spell the message that they've been trying to sell people for 2 years, just like the message they tried to sell people for Russia collusion did not work. After 3 years, 4 years of selling this on people, it did not work. It wasn't true. They knew that people would say it's not true, that they were lied to again, and then they hid it. They suppressed it. They didn't show it to the public on purpose. So either they're idiots that don't know how to do their job, or they're evil and they suppressed it completely. Those are the only two answers you can come up with. That's the only two situations there is. There is no middle ground. It was either they did this on purpose or they're idiots and incompetent. One or the other, and neither one is to the benefit of the American people. And I would love to see in the comments, or you can call in, I'd like to hear what people think, especially those people who have been telling me for years that you're just a MAGA evil because you didn't understand. You just didn't get it. I've seen this kind of video before. I've seen many of the videos of what actually happened that day over the last several years. I've done a bunch of the research. I've talked to people who were there. I get the same answer over and over again. About 1,000 American citizens have been arrested on partial clips of video without having the full evidence before us. Were there a handful? Was there less than 10% of the people, maybe a couple dozen people that actually were committing crimes, that actually broke windows, that actually tried to commit assault? Yes. Do they deserve to be arrested? Yes. Should they be convicted? Absolutely. Never once have I ever said anything but that. But at the same time, that's not what they're trying to sell us. They're telling us that this was a insurrection, that this was planned, that they were trying to, that these individuals at J6, the 300,000 people were there to take over our government, and that it was worse than 9/11, worse than Pearl Harbor. It was the worst event in American history. And they are full of it. They are lying to you. Because if they were so sure of that, if they were so confident in their message, if they had the proof, they'd have shown you the video long ago. Instead, they're telling you, don't watch it. Why wouldn't I watch it? You wanted me to watch all the other video. You've made sure for 2 years that we saw a steady stream of very selected, edited video, kind of like the shooting of Ashley Babbitt, which I showed on this channel on the anniversary of Ashley Babbitt's death. And we were showing you when her mom got arrested that day, we showed you the unedited video, not the minute-long video that you probably saw on MSNBC and CNN and ABC News. No, not the 1 minute video, the 3.5 minute video that shows you 2 minutes before the clip that every news agency put out. The part where it shows that the Capitol Police were standing, 3 Capitol Police officers were standing at the door that would later be shot through to kill Ashley Babbitt. That 3 of the Capitol Police officers had the room under control, along with four of the other Capitol Police officers in full riot gear with M4 rifles standing along the stairs, and you could see them in the video. 7 Capitol Police officers were in the room with Ashley Babbitt 2 minutes before she got shot. And then miraculously, And one unified, they got a call, and then all of a sudden, all 7 of those officers walked out, went down the stairs and around the corner, and they weren't in the room. And then Ashley Babbitt got shot. Why weren't you shown that video? Why didn't America get to see that full video? What, because it's 3 minutes and the news only likes to tell you things in a minute and a half? It's because they're lying to you. Because they have an agenda. They have a goal. They want to demonize you. You can't be MAGA. You can't think America is great. You can't be Republican or conservative. You can't be a libertarian. You can't say that this wasn't an insurrection and take away power from the elites out there. No, no, no. That's evil. That's wrong. You have to give them your power. You have to obey. You can't see anything else that they haven't approved first. You have to obey. You have to do what you are told. Does that sound like America, or does that sound like an authoritarian dictatorship? Does that sound like North Korea, or does it sound like America from the 1970s, the 1980s, the 1990s? I lived through those decades. Guess what? I have a clear idea. You may be able to convince some kid who was born in 2000 or 2010 and try and convince him that that's not the reality of America, but I've been alive for 5 decades, and yeah, I know the difference, and what you're doing to America today is not freedom, that's a dictatorship. When you're telling American citizens not to see valid, credible, actual video, and you're only showing them an edit that only pushes one message, that's a dictatorship. That's not America. You can try and make your argument, and you can tell me that you think it was planned. You can tell me you think it's a conspiracy, that it was a insurrection. If you want to make your case, but stop editing the video and stop hiding the truth. Stop hiding the evidence from me, because you don't think I'll agree with you, because you think we're just too stupid to understand. That's insulting, that's aggravating, and it is absolutely the worst thing you could possibly do. That's destroying America. Let me get to some of the comments. Let me see if people agree with me. Where did I leave off? User has been banned says that he likes to call people like Rachel Maddow and some of the left-leaning news media urinalists, because they don't do journalism. They do, well, like I said, urinalist. Or as Jan says, they're more like talk show hosts, not journalism. And by the way, I think there's nothing wrong with political commentary. I do it myself. We've had that for many, many years. But there's also hard news. There's actually evidence. And we need to understand, when we have hard evidence, even political commentators like myself, like Tucker Carlson, like Rachel Maddow, we can do hard news too. And we can present you the news and the hard evidence and then make a conclusion based on the facts. That's what I've done for the last 3.5 hours. I've been giving you evidence and then making conclusions. You can tell me you don't agree with the conclusions, but the evidence I have presented is factual. That's why I have the links on the screen. That's why almost every single source I have is either the government or a left-leaning source. Almost every single one. And the problem is when these commentators are trying to tell you things that is their commentary, that is their conclusion, their opinion, and they're trying to say, well, that's a fact. Rachel Maddow said Russia collusion was real because that was her conclusion. She had no evidence. She just said so. And because she's famous and she gets paid a lot of money and she's on TV on a regular basis, people go, well, it must be true. No, she's a liar. Let me go on. Jan says, but yet the DOJ refuses to tell you how many undercover FBI agents were in those militias. Well, actually, I wanted to go over that too, because as it turns out, it's not just the video. Assistant U.S. Attorney. This is from Politico. Again, I'm looking for the left. This isn't right-leaning news. This isn't some kind of right-wing thing. Politico says they revealed on March 9th, a spill of classified info derails the Proud Boys trial. This is from the Proud Boys trial, trying to convict them of insurrection. And in this vial, as you can see, written by Kyle Cheney, federal prosecutors inadvertently disclosed likely classified material to Proud Boys defense attorneys, the Justice Department is saying on Thursday, a snafu that derailed the most important trial to emerge from January 6th, so they say. What happened? Very simply, Assistant U.S. Attorney Jocelyn Ballantyne, Assistant U.S. Attorney Jocelyn Ballantyne, is supervising the case for the Justice Department, acknowledged the likely, quote, spill, end quote, of classified information Thursday. We're going to get to it. What did they classify? What is classified? You'll see. She raised a particular concern about a message sent to Miller, an agent, by another agent who works on covert activity, and who she said did not work on the Proud Boys case, describing a supervisor's order to destroy 338 items of evidence. So, the Justice Department admits in court on the trial that they are destroying actual evidence. 338 items of evidence. And they're saying they destroyed it because it's classified. Really? It's classified? It's evidence that may prove someone innocent. You're trying to convict people for their life. They're facing, in some cases, treason is a crime that could be a life sentence. Let's be honest here. And so you're saying, no. We're going to just destroy all the, not edit the information, not censor the information, not remove whatever could be. And by the way, what is classified about Americans in a building? What is classified about Americans having a conversation with each other about politics? What's classified about that? We're not in Australia. We're not in New Zealand. We're not in Canada. This is America. Americans can have conversations about politics, political views. You can have the wrong political views. You can say stupid things. You can say bad things. You can say evil things. You can say mean things in America. That's why it's called the First Amendment. But rather than edit whatever could be classified, and I can't imagine what's classified about American citizens having conversations or video of them actually at the Capitol. I don't know what's classified about that, but instead of editing whatever little thing might be classified, they said destroy it. Destroy it, even if it means an innocent person is going to be convicted for life of a crime they did not convict. Our justice system is not built around the idea that innocent people go to jail. Isn't that the thing you hear from the left all the time? Don't they scream and shout how even if there was even one drug dealer that was innocent, that the entire legal system is wrong, that there is a problem, and we have to release everyone because it might be even one person is innocent, then they must all be treated as innocent. Isn't that what the progressives say on a regular basis? Meanwhile, we have the federal government saying, nope, we'd rather let an innocent person go to jail for life. We're destroying the evidence, not altering it, not hiding their classified sections of it. They'd rather destroy it all. That is evil. Let me go on, and I'm coming to the comments. They went on to say, defense lawyers They said that that could impact a classified equity, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. What's a classified equity? What the hell does that mean? Nobody knows. You're not supposed to know. It's meant to confuse you. It's meant to not answer anything. It's an empty statement. It's an empty value. So you don't know what it means. It could be a piece of paper. It could be a car. It could be a human being. It could be a conversation. You have no idea. You're not supposed to have an idea. That's why they call it a classified entity. You have no idea what it is. Going on. Defense lawyers cried foul, noting that the government's claim of, quote, classified, end quote, material arrived just as the defense sounded the alarm about the content that they inadvertently found disclosed. Agent Miller testified Wednesday that she produced 25 rows of messages. Defense lawyers said there were thousands of rows of hidden messages that included contents that contended were directly relevant to the case. Some of the messages appear to reveal that FBI agents accessed contacts between the defendant and his attorney. And it goes on to say, which led Miller to tell a colleague she thought that Rel would make his case to trial. In another message, an FBI agent, here it is, and in another message that's supposed to be classified, that's not supposed to be revealed to the public, that's not supposed to be used in determining whether someone was guilty or not of life imprisonment, of treason. In the message, an FBI agent told Miller, you need to go into that CHS report, which is for legal documents for the trial. You just put and edit out that I was present. Think about that. FBI agents are admitting that they were on the scene, that they were involved in some way, shape, and form, and rather than explain what the agent was doing, why they were present, how they were involved, no, the FBI wants to destroy the information. They want to hide their involvement, along with 338 documents that may prove someone to be innocent. Gee, you're not supposed to notice that, just like you're not supposed to realize that maybe, just maybe, not everyone at January 6th was trying to commit an insurrection or destroy the government, especially the people that the news media has already identified as being evil. And that's coming from Politico. That's coming from Politico. That didn't come from Tucker Carlson. That came from the courts of the United States. That came from Politico. So you want to tell me it's right-wing? Politico isn't right-wing. The United States government isn't right-wing. The court system isn't right-wing. So if you want to say Tucker's all wrong, the evidence, the video that Tucker showed is not right-wing. It's just the video. This video I just showed you is not right-wing. It's just the video. The evidence I am showing you from Politico isn't right-wing. It's just the evidence. The FBI admits they are destroying information. The FBI admits that they were involved with the very people that they are claiming committed treason, but won't tell you how they were involved, what they did. You're just supposed to obey. That's the answer. Don't look at it. Don't think about it. Obey. Okay, and what happens when you're next? What happens when they come after you and they say, oh, and everyone else, don't look, don't think, just obey. You are guilty. They're going to tell everyone, you're guilty. They're going to put it on national TV. You're guilty. Where's the evidence? Doesn't matter. You're guilty. Rachel Maddow, tell him how guilty he is. Tell him how guilty she is. Convict them in the court of opinion. Hide all the evidence that might prove them to be not even just hide the evidence, destroy the evidence that would prove them innocent, destroy their reputation, destroy that person, and throw them in jail, along with the other 1,000 people that we've had in jail for 2 years without a trial. And I'm supposed to believe them? I'm supposed to think they're the good guys? I'm supposed to think that this progressive movement is some kind of godkin? The czars out of Russia were more kind and justice. They were more honest and just than what we're talking about right now. Kim Jong-un is being more fair in his trials than this crap is. It's a railroad. And if there's someone on the left that'd like to tell me that I'm wrong, if there's someone on the left, if there's a progressive out there, if there is a member of Congress, Chuck Schumer, where the hell are you, Chuck Schumer? Hey, Adam Schiff. Hey, Jamie Raskin. You want to call in now? Do you want to have a conversation about January 6th now? Would you like to explain to me why the FBI is deleting information that may prove a human being innocent? Do you want to tell me what the FBI was doing, how they were involved in this incident where they're claiming someone committed a crime that the FBI couldn't find before, and video evidence is showing us for many people did not happen? Do you want to explain that now? Oh, no. Now you just want to say you're going to hide behind CBS and NBC and CNN. You're going to hide behind them and say, well, you just don't need to see this information. It's not important. You shouldn't. This is so evil and wrong. You just don't even need to see it. Just trust me. Because, yeah, Chuck Schumer's a really honest guy. Kiss my ass. I'm going to go to the comments now. Remember, anyone can call in. If you're on the left, if you're a progressive, if you think 9/11 was an insurrection, no problem. Call on in. Tell me why I'm wrong. I'm going through the comments now. Leave a comment. YouTube, Facebook. Again, let me know if you think I'm wrong. I am more than happy to hear what you believe. I would be happy to see your evidence that refutes the FBI, that refutes court testimony and court evidence. I would be happy to hear your evidence that refutes the video evidence that we have seen, and more video evidence that I have seen previously, and video evidence I have shown over the last 2 years on this channel. I will be happy to have that discussion with you. Do not think I will not embarrass you. I will not attack you. I will not insult you. We don't do that on this channel. Don't take my passion for being anything other than being passionate. I can't make it more fair than that, now can I, folks? So let me go to the comments. Jan mentions that they still have people in jail being denied their rights while violent protesters are bailed out. Yes, people like the ones involved in Atlanta have been bailed out. Both a month ago when they were trying to burn down the police stations in Atlanta, and now what we see with the 150-person mob. Yes, they try and do that all the time. Look Ahead America, by the way, has been doing great work on this for years. You should check them out. Look Ahead America. I've interviewed Matt Brainerd, talked about this and many other things. Agent Black out of the United Kingdom says it was all planned. Very possibly. And he goes on to say, funny how all the, quote, violent insurrectionists, end quote, were all respecting the velvet rope barriers compared to all the mostly peaceful protests from the left that previously that burned down cities like Minneapolis and Seattle and Portland, Austin and Colorado and New York City. Yeah. Oh, hell, they killed children in Atlanta. I know what you mean. Because that's mostly peaceful. That's mostly peaceful, as opposed to, anything on the right that we see. Again, video evidence shows us this. User has been banned says, I just saw an article about Biden's student loan getting a boost, banks sitting on $620 billion in losses. Yeah, I know. I saw that too. I didn't want to talk about it yet. Basically, it doesn't. Joe Biden's student loan plan is meaningless. He does not have the authority to be able to enact that as an executive order. It must go through the Congress. That's just the law. So Biden can say all he wants about it. He needs to get it through Congress. And hopefully we have Republicans that will actually stand up and go, no, because there's no reason why you or I should pay for someone else's loan. I didn't make the loan. You didn't make the loan. Why do we have to pay for it? And you will pay for it. It's coming out of your taxes. The $5 trillion in taxes that Joe Biden is now trying to pass through. But let's go on. Jan continues to say, going back onto the issue of January 6th, 1, everyone who destroys documents should be immediately charged with destruction of property and evidence in the courts. Yes, that's true. 2, prosecutors have more rights to destroy one's life than anyone. That has always been true, which is why it's very important that we know who's going to be a DA. We need to know that DAs will follow the law, not their political preferences like we see in Florida, like we see with Matt Ryan in the southern tier of New York in Broome County. It's not about your political preference. It's about the law. Follow the law, especially if you're a prosecutor or a DA. You have to follow the law, not your political preference. Because when you follow your political preference, well, we get things like destroying evidence and we get people unjustly convicted of crimes. Agent Black out of the UK says, perverting the course of justice is a serious crime. It is a high crime. It is considered treason. It is a high crime. So yes, it is a big deal. Jan goes on to say, it should say a lot that the videos have all disappeared from social media. People need to wake up. Why are they hiding the truth to fit the narrative? It's been removed from social media. It has been downplayed. It has been suppressed, shadow banned, whatever the word you want to put on it. It has not been visually amplified. It has been de-amplified. Whatever the term you want to use, it equates to the same thing. That they are, what's the word I'm looking for? They're destroying freedom. That's just a simple way to put it. They're destroying freedom. Jan says it was 1,400 plus hours of video that must be released. I've heard that it is as much as 40,000, not just 14,000 hours of video, 40,000 hours. I believe that the January 6th committee was supposedly looking at 14,000 hours of video, but I believe the entirety of all the video that is available is 40,000 hours. But either way, whether it's 14,000 or 40,000, the January 6th committee didn't look at either. For their TV show, and it was a TV show, it was put on for ratings. It was produced by Hollywood. It was a TV show, and they weren't there to try and show you truth, as we can now see. They were there to push an agenda, a political agenda, because of an election. Users in Band says, there are a ton of midwits out there. Midwits? Haven't heard that term in a while. Midwits, okay. They can look at evidence and still go with what a talking head said on MSN, on mainstream media. There's no hope for them. Look, I can't help if someone looks at the evidence that I am showing you, listens to and sees the evidence that is being presented in court. Understand that the FBI is admitting that they are destroying evidence and that they had individuals involved in some manner with these cases, and they won't tell us what it is. And if they can look at that and look at that information and they still go, yeah, but I believe Chuck Schumer, because Chuck Schumer told me not to look at it. Chuck Schumer told me close my eyes and obey. And if that's what you still want to do, you know what? It's America. You have that freedom. I won't take that away from you. But you know what? I just lost all of my respect for you. I think you're a raving idiot not to have a question. If you just blindly obey, because with all the evidence in front of you, you go, I see it. Yeah, that raises questions. But you know what? I'm just going to obey. You are a I can't say the words. Well, I can say the words, but I won't say the words on this channel. I have no respect for you. I have no respect for you. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with my conclusion. You can, okay, you can say, well, I still think this may lead to, an insurrection. Fine, let's have that conversation. But if you tell me you're just blindly obeying because they said so, because they're Democrats, there's something fundamentally wrong with you. You're a problem, and you have issues in your life. Let me go on. Hot Chicks mentions, I'm scared. I'm terrified by this. I'm terrified. That's why I saved it for the end of the show, so I could go over it very clearly. Well, it's not the end of the show, but I wanted to get towards the end so I could really focus on this because this is crazy. This is not the way the system is built. It's not what's supposed to be happening. This is literally an example of the problems that the progressives are telling us. This is the very thing that they want social justice reform for. Literally. This is exactly the kind of issue that they want. They tell us that they need social justice for. To be able to stop the government from destroying evidence, from hiding evidence, from preventing evidence being brought into court that may prove someone to be innocent because the government is making it up, that they are unbalancing the scales of justice, that the news media has colluded with a specific political agenda and a very small group of partisan radicals in our government to push an agenda that isn't backed by evidence. We should be terrified. The world should be terrified. Because if they will do that on this, what won't they do it on? It's just like what we saw in the United Kingdom with Matt. Oh, it starts with H. With the United Kingdom's government, when they had 100,000 conversations behind closed doors saying that everything about the lockdowns was wrong, that all the things they were doing were useless, and they did it anyway just because of power. We should be terrified that this is the common theme that is running through governments around the world. And if you remember, as I said early in the show, we are being told that doing these kinds of things, destroying evidence, hiding video evidence, telling people not to look at the truth, is being said that is freedom. Remember that? Yeah, see, this all ties together. The beginning of the show ties with the end of it. Democracy is declining, but America is absolutely, it's 83 out of 100%. There was no change. We're just as free in 2021 as 2022. That everything is great because the government is destroying evidence, is colluding and involved in investigations, and they are hiding video evidence to you. And it's not the first time that they have done it. It's not the first time that they have lied to you for years, and you're supposed to just accept it. That's the common theme around the world. We should be scared. User's been banned says that's like saying he won't go on. You need a palm to palm face. Okay. Jen says, you know that some of these things have been planned. Why Nancy Pelosi refused NG several times. She wanted why she denied having the National Guard involved and to keep the National Guard out of the Capitol. They were literally told to remind people about the evidence at that time that has been released and reviewed, confirmed by the New York Times. Nancy Pelosi, the day before, declined to have the National Guard involved. In fact, she wanted them in the capital of D.C., not at the Capitol building, and she wanted to make sure that they were handling traffic issues so that people would be able to travel through D.C. and not at the Capitol, not guarding the Capitol. That was a decision by Nancy Pelosi, and I believe Mitch McConnell was involved in that too, but Nancy Pelosi was the final deciding voice on that. Jan asks, on a different note, where were the snipers on top of the Capitol? Who told them to leave? I'm not sure that they're always there. I believe they're there for certain events, not all events, although this, with 300,000 people, should be. And by the way, it's not like no one has ever tried to destroy the Capitol before. People have actually let off bombs in the Capitol building. People have been attacked in the Capitol building before, and those weren't insurrections. Literally, bombs were set off in the Capitol. I believe it was 1974. And people have been attacked in the Capitol building. That's not insurrection. So I don't know why this would be either. But, why were there no snipers? I don't know. Because you would expect that there usually would be. Users been banned says the whole thing seems like a Reichstag fire type of event. I can understand. Oh, Matt Hancock. Thank you, Agent Black. It is Matt Hancock. Now, again, I'm not here to tell you believe what I believe. That's not what this show does. That's not what I'm doing. I'm giving you the evidence, and I am drawing the logical conclusions that can be drawn from the evidence that exists. Evidence that most of the time, in many cases, you have never seen before. That has been suppressed and downplayed just so that the news media can say, oh, but we wrote the article. No one paid attention. We tried to tell you the truth. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. When I have to go through 5 pages of Google to find evidence, when I have to go through 3 different people to get to a video that's on Twitter, and I can't find it on Facebook, and I can't find it on YouTube, yeah, you're not making it obvious for me. We are making it harder than it needs to be. For the very simple purpose, you don't want people to see this. You don't want people to hear this. How many people who are watching this right now share this section with anyone and everyone you want to? I'll be happy to answer any of the comments, any of the questions in the comments, or you can call in to 607-242-9247, and I will be happy to answer this. Let me ask you, how many people realize that there was an FBI trial going on? That there was a case where the FBI admits they destroyed property, that they had agents involved with people who've been arrested for the insurrection, and will not tell us what happened. Will not tell us what those agents did. Was it entrapment? Did they just record evidence of a crime? What happened? Why can't we have that evidence? Why are they destroying 338 documents? What's on those documents? What is it that they're destroying? Why are they afraid to let the American people see it? Why is Chuck Schumer saying, don't even watch the video that is actual, credible, unquestioned evidence from January 6th that just happens to refute his claim? If he's so sure he's right, if the progressives are so absolutely adamant that they have the only truth and the truth, then why can't we see these things? Why can't we have these discussions in an open forum? Why does this channel actively get suppressed? If they're so sure, what's the problem? If it's so obvious, what's the problem? Why won't they just call on in and go, Mike, here, you just don't understand. Here's a video. Here's the evidence. Here's the report by the FBI, which doesn't exist. Here's the report by the CIA, doesn't exist. No, the only answer they have is, we said so. I'm sorry, that's not an answer. That's something you tell a 5-year-old. If you want to tell a 5-year-old, I said so, so do it. I'm with you. I'm 55. I got an extra 5 decades on there. You can't just tell me, just do it. You can't tell an American citizen, just do it. Just believe. Don't ask questions. Don't think. You can't tell us that. I'm not in North Korea. I'm not in Soviet Russia. I'm not a Chinese communist citizen. I'm an American citizen. You can't tell me that. Am I wrong, folks? Can you feel why I am upset about this? Why this makes me absolutely livid? Absolutely livid. Because this is literally the antithesis of freedom. And I don't care what the guys over at the, what do they call it? The Freedom in the World report. I don't care what the Freedom in the World report says from Freedom House with their whole nonprofit. America is just as free as it's always been. It's not free because we can see that's not happening. We've been lied to. We've been lied to about the economy. We've been lied to about unemployment. We've been lied to about the recession. We've been lied to about spending of money. We've been lied to about foreign policy and the influence. We've been lied to about abandoning Americans in Afghanistan and the Ukraine. The lies of omissions that have occurred. We have had a series of continuous and absolute lies. We've had evidence that has shown up. How many times have we seen in the newspapers 6 months, 2 years after the fact, all of a sudden newspapers come out and go, oh, by the way, that thing we told you about, yeah, it's true. We told you at the time that it wasn't true. But today, now, 6 months after the fact, after an election, after it no longer matters, once everyone's forgotten, by the way, it was true, but moving on, don't think about it, we'll keep going. There are American citizens who are in jail for 2 years. There are approximately 400 American citizens in jail for 2 years. There are American citizens being arrested today in 2023 that are being arrested, and we don't have access to the evidence. They don't have access to the evidence. They are being railroaded. This used to be called a kangaroo court. Every American should be upset. I don't care if you're a progressive or not. I don't care if you're a Democrat, a communist, Green Party. I don't care if you're a libertarian, a conservative, a Republican. If you're American, you should be upset about this. Because the consequences are evil. They are horrific. And if you aren't an American citizen and you're watching this program, you should be terrified. Because your government is going to give you half the freedoms that America gives you. So if America is doing this crap and becoming more of a dictatorship, more authoritarian, where the hell you think your government's going to go? You're not going to get more freedom. Hot Chick says, the government is patronizing us. User has been banned, says they like it because it isn't used against them yet. Yeah, today it's all about progressives against Republicans, and you're just evil. And you just don't understand because MAGA. Remember, MAGA means making America great, which is not a problem. If you're in the United Kingdom and you want to make the United Kingdom great, go for it. If you're in Australia, you want to make Australia great, go for it. If you want to be in Japan or Germany or France or Canada or Mexico, Peru, Paraguay, and you want to make those countries great, fantastic. I have no problem with anyone of any country making it as great as it can be. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing for everyone, especially in those countries. That's a good thing. So if you want to tell me that's a slur, you're an idiot. Go back to 6th grade, read the dictionary, and understand the English language because you don't know what you're talking about. But if you want to tell me that this is all justified because, well, America's a bad place, you're a moron. Go to another country and try this shit. It's very upsetting for me. And worst of all, I know that YouTube and Facebook, the second I get off of this, once the live stream ends, they will have suppressed this. They will have restricted this from various countries. They will restrict this from people in my own country. They will make this hard to find for anyone so that no one can have this conversation. They will try and make sure that this is unseen because they don't like my opinion. They don't like the conclusions I am coming to. They don't like the evidence that I have found from the left, from left-leaning credible sources. They do not like that I've done the homework, done the research, and I've got a credible argument to make. They don't want that because people might just think for themselves and they might just come up with a conclusion that isn't the one that has already been approved for them. So therefore, I have to suffer, you have to suffer, and we're told that we're evil, bad people, and people don't want to hire me for a job because they think, well, Mike's just evil and bad. He's one of those evil, bad MAGA people. You know, he wants to make America great. How evil could you possibly be? Is there anything more evil than making America great? Think about it, folks. This is the argument that they're making. This is the argument that they are presenting to you. Those people are so evil. They want to make America great. Who would want to make America great? Oh my God, they're just so evil, making their homeland as great as it could possibly be. That is the bad news. That's an insult. You're calling out corruption in our own government. We're calling out the fact that our government is trying to intimidate its own people, to railroad them. And I'm the bad guy. That's okay. I've been the bad guy for 17 years. I'm 55 years old. I was a bad guy when I joined the Marine Corps. I was a bad guy when I started to do political commentary. I was a bad guy when I was a stockbroker. I'm used to it at this point. I was a bad guy the second that I told everyone that I'm a black Republican. I was having a conversation with a guy from Pakistan on Thursday night. I was having a conversation with a gentleman, having a great conversation, talking about a bunch of things. Came up politics. He brought up the issue of politics and said something like, you know, isn't it great to be a Democrat? I'm like, no, because I'm not a Democrat. He looks at me square in the face. He's been living in America for 13 years. He's from Pakistan. His family is rich, which is why he was able to go to school in Wisconsin and has stayed in America for 13 years after he went to school. He makes a very, very good living, far more than he would ever make in Pakistan, and he loves America more than he loves Pakistan, which is why he stays here for 13 years in a row. And this man looked me in the face and goes, I can't comprehend that you're a black Republican. I can't comprehend that. I'm like, are you kidding me? You're from Pakistan. Have you seen your government? And the problem you have is understanding whether or not I'm Republican. That's how bad they have sold this, people. I have people all the time that come up to me, especially from the left, that go, oh my God, you're a black Republican. You can't be black Republican. I can't conceive of a black Republican. Why not? You can be a white Republican. You can be a Jewish Republican. You can be a, I don't know, Chinese libertarian. You can be a Native American leftist. Where's the form that someone signed when I was born that said, by the color of your skin, you can't do certain things? That's not in the Constitution I read. Please, tell me the article, tell me the section where it says that. Because until it does, stop trying to railroad people into having certain beliefs. But that's what they're doing right here. They want to demonize Tucker Carlson. He may be a good person. He may not be a good person. He may lie on occasion. I don't know. I don't care. Because the video isn't in question. You don't have to like Tucker Carlson. You don't have to think he knows what he's talking about. Tucker Carlson could be an abject idiot as big as Bill Maher. Bill Maher and Tucker Carlson could be both absolute morons. But the video is still credible. The video is still accurate. The court filings are still evidence. I have not had a chance to see the Florida SB 1248. I have not had a chance to see that yet. So I can't comment on that. It's a piece of legislation pending in Florida. Senate bill, Florida Senate. Give me 1 second. You're talking about, this is the Florida State Senate bill introduced. That can't be correct. It's got to be January 7th. The date's wrong. 7/1. It has to be January 7th. By Ignolia. Let's see. Political party. Citing act is Ultimate Cancel Act. The Ultimate Cancel Act? Already this sounds stupid. Requiring the division of elections to immediately cancel the filings of a political party if certain conditions exist. Already, I do not like this. Requiring the division to follow a certain procedure. What's the procedure? Why do they keep saying if certain conditions? What's the procedure? Requiring the division to provide a specified notice to certain voters, authorizing a canceled political party to register with the Department of State, providing procedures for an organization to register. If I want to have the Wild Owls political party, I can. I don't need authorization from the government for that. You know, we're the cigarette smokers party. You could be the cannabis party. I don't care. You can be anything. It's America. I don't need to register with the government to have a political opinion. Nor can the government at any level, local, state, or federal, deny me the ability to have a political opinion or to run for an election or to have a group of people, other American citizens who agree with my ideology, to be able to follow me as well. They don't have that right. That's not part of that. This isn't ethical. It's not political. They don't have the power to do that. My God, they don't teach this in college anymore. They don't teach civics in high school. I know they don't teach it in college, really. They really don't teach kids anything anymore, do they? This is basic stuff, folks. The government doesn't get to choose your political party. They don't get to silence your political party because they don't like it. That's why there is a communist party in the United States. Recently renamed itself to Democratic Socialists of America. But the Communist Party exists in the United States. Socialism exists in the United States. Again, Democratic Socialists of America is a political party. You can have any political party you want. You can have any political belief you want. The government doesn't make that decision. And that's the same thing as if the government's telling me that you don't need to see the evidence. Trust us. No, I don't trust the government because the government lies. Why should I trust the government when Joe Biden is telling me for the last 2 years the economy's fantastic? I'm paying 45% more when I go to pay and buy food. You're paying 45% more when you go out to buy food. I know you're paying 500% more to buy eggs. That is a fact. You're paying more to buy lettuce. You're paying more to buy meat. These are facts. It's not a question. It's not a guess. It's not an estimate. We know this is a fact. Joe Biden has told you to your face. Doesn't exist. Not true. Economy's fantastic. You just don't understand. And I'm supposed to believe them on anything else when they're lying to my face, when I can go to the store tomorrow and show you a bill and compare it to a bill I had in 2021, 2022, and show you it's higher? I can go to the federal government and show you a chart of inflation that has done nothing but increase every single month that Joe Biden has been in office. And they're telling me, nope, there is no inflation. Jamie Raskin, no inflation. Everything is great. I can show you that poverty has increased under the Biden-Harris administration. And I have people like Jamie Raskin telling me, nope, don't worry, it's all good. And the poverty is down. Lying to your face. And I'm supposed to trust them on anything else? Why in the hell would I ever trust them? Why would I blindly obey, ever? Doesn't sound like a very smart thing to do. God help me. Things like this upset me. They really do. I don't know. I think, sometimes I think some of these issues come up just to piss me off. Like, there's someone out there who's looking to troll. They just want to make me and all other conservatives upset. They just say these things to piss people off, to see if our heads will explode. They really do. But as a side effect, they're blowing up the heads of all the conservatives, all the liberals out there, all the progressives. They lose their mind when we talk about this because I've got evidence. I do my homework. And they have nothing to refute it with. Jan is saying that the breaking news, Signature Bank has closed. And debt holders will not be protected. Well, that's different because Janet Yellen said that debt holders and shareholders will be protected when it came to Silicon Valley. Con, stop. And just for people to see, here it is. Regulators close New York's Signature Bank, citing systemic risk. Did I mention that the economy is going to crap? Did I mention that, folks? And we're seeing the difference. Oh, they're shutting down Signature, but they're not going to protect anyone. But as I showed you from the Financial Times at the beginning of the show, Janet Yellen is going to give a bailout, but not call it a bailout for people involved with Silicon Valley Bank. But that's not happening with Signature Bank. Yeah, that makes sense. This is because the Biden-Harris economy, their economic plan has failed. It didn't just fail. This is the consequence of it failing years ago. It just takes a while to hit. Economics is a trailing event. They screwed up already, and we're feeling the impact now. That's why we are in a recession, and we will be in a recession till 2025. Please, I hope to God to be wrong. I'm not. Just not. I wanted to show you guys something else. And I wanted to show you this from Jimmy Gomez. Now, Jimmy Gomez is a California Democrat. He's with the California 34th District. And he serves on the Oversight Committee for the Democratic Caucus. Fantastic. And Jimmy Gomez, on March 9th was a big day. Jamie Raskin wanted to lie to the American people on March 9th, and Jimmy Gomez wants to lie as well. He has stupid things to say. Here he goes. Representative Jimmy Gomez says, "Why are bigoted bullies like Paul Gosar so obsessed with gender-affirming care?" Now, I want to be clear about this. I don't care what your gender is. I really don't. I could care less what your gender is. As I have often said over the last, year or so, I don't care if you call yourself a toaster. I don't care. I don't care you're a he or she, an it. Doesn't make a difference in my life because I could care less. As long as you're not trying to push your feelings and your ideology onto children, be whatever you want to be. You got consenting adults that agree with you? Fantastic. Have a great time. I'm not required to respect that. I'm not required to even acknowledge that. Your feelings are your issue, not mine. Your self-identification is your issue, not mine. I have no obligation to accept that. Whether you like it or not doesn't matter. That's just it. So I want that to be very clear. You're not, if you are the age of an adult, a consenting adult, and you want to be whatever gender thing you want to do, go for it. Have your surgeries, do whatever you want. By the way, I'm not paying for it. You want to change your gender? Fantastic. You want to have plastic surgery? Knock yourself out. I'm not paying for it. That's on you. That's your bill. I didn't ask you to change your gender. I don't want to pay for it. I didn't ask you to go to college. I'm not paying for that either. You go and pay for your own bills. I got bills. I got plenty. Unless you want to come here and pay for my mortgage. Is anyone lining up to take care of the mortgage for this black Hispanic man who's poor? Oh, you're not. Oh, okay. Well, then shut up. And so, to those who would say these things, I'm saying shut up. But here's the thing. So, gender for adults. Why is he obsessed with gender affirming care? Here's my problem, Jimmy Gomez. If you're blindly, as I said, because blind affirmation without knowledge or consideration of the consequences is evil. Just because Jimmy is obeying without question does not mean that anyone or everyone else should accept your partisanship. He has every right. Paul Gosser, we are seeing that the government is telling us we must. It's not an if, it's not a possible, it's not a choice. We must. We are obligated to affirm the choices other people make, even children who do not have the right of consent. They do not have the capability to consent. And we must affirm that. You're out of your friggin' mind. Ne pizdi. Let me say that again. Let me say it again so you can see me. Jimmy Gomez, I'm speaking directly to you. Ne pizdi. Pizdish. And there are a bunch of Russians. I'm blocked in Russia now. They know what that means. And that was the right accent for it, too. Anyway. So, Mr. Gomez, let me make it very clear for you. I don't have to affirm anyone's gender, period. I don't have to affirm anyone's life choices, period. You are not. Notice it's a one-way street with these people. You have to affirm their choices. You have to accept and respect and validate their choices. They never have to affirm or respect or abide by your choices. You're not important. On the scale of equity, you are on the bottom. They are on the top, or at least higher up than you are. You have to accept their things. They don't have to accept a damn thing from you. And that's the problem, Jimmy Gomez. Representative Jimmy Gomez, do you understand that difference? Do you understand that inherent problem? You are obligating people to affirm something that they may not believe in or accept. And they don't have to. And you cannot legislate them to do so. You cannot legislate feelings. You cannot legislate thinking, thoughts. You can't do that. That's beyond a dictatorship. I don't think Jimmy Gomez understands what he's doing in Congress. And if someone wants to send this out to Jimmy Gomez in California's 34th District, LA, he's on the Democratic Oversight Committee. Hey, fantastic. And if he wants to contact me and tell me how he thinks I'm wrong, fantastic. By the way, Jimmy, I don't care that you're a member of Congress. I am not impressed. I've had many conversations with many members of Congress. So you, Jamie Raskin, Chuck Schumer, I don't care. I've had conversations with people equal to all of you, and I don't care. I'm not impressed by your titles. They mean nothing to me. Because I've talked with more than enough members of Congress, active and afterwards, and realize that you guys are just a bunch of people. You're not smarter. You don't have any greater insight. You're not some kind of genius. You're just a guy who won an election. Some of you are gals that won an election. That's it. So don't come to me high and mighty. And damn well, don't you come to me and say that I have to affirm something that I may or may not agree with, something that I may or may not believe in. You don't have that right. You will never have that right as long as America exists, as long as the Constitution exists. You can shove that up your bunghole. Okay, so I did want to mention that about Representative Jimmy Gomez, but I'm getting news now, as you guys can see, that the Silicon Valley depositors are going to get all of their money. I didn't see anything that says that about Signature Bank. Hang on. There's news from Barron's. Nope. I stand corrected. This is live, folks, so some of these things I'm learning just as you are. So this, according to Barron's, and as you can see, this is hidden behind a paywall, but according to Barron's magazine, came out just a little while ago, regulators close Signature Bank and say that the depositors of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank will be made whole. How? Who's paying for that? Whose money's doing that? That was from 1 minute ago. So it's from today's news. Who's paying for that? Who's paying to make the people whole at Signature Bank and Silicon Valley Bank? And why aren't those same people making me whole? Why aren't they taking care of my mortgage? Who's going to pay off my mortgage? I'm poor. Literally, I'm poor. I am, by government definition, I'm well under the poverty level. I don't see them coming to pay my bank. I don't see progressives running around going, Mike's a small business and he's in poverty. Let me pay his bills off. What the hell? They're more than willing to give money to BLM so they can go and buy mansions. They're willing to give Sean King money so he can buy a $40,000 dog. They're willing to take our money and to give it to people at Silicon Valley Bank, to Signature Bank, which I understand if I was a person in the bank, I'd want it too. But who's paying for this? That's inflation. It means you're going to pay for this twice. They're just going to keep printing money. It's ridiculous. And that's my problem. In other words, too big to fail is so small that everything fits. Well, actually, here's the thing. In Jan, poverty doesn't exist for illegal aliens. Again, illegal aliens get paid $60,000 a year. We spend $60,000 per illegal alien. They're not in poverty. They're staying in 4-star hotels. They get food. This is stupid. And you're right, Jason. They are printing money, which is inflationary, which means all of these problems are getting worse, and there will be more banks. If you think that's the only bank, you're out of your mind. And this is directly because of the Biden-Harris administration. It's because of their economic policies. And if you think that's only affecting people in America, wake up. It's the petrodollar. This is a problem that's going to hit Monday morning. You're going to see this problem in Europe. You're going to see it affecting the United Kingdom. And Canada, well, Canada's already screwed. You guys Canada has Trudeau, and he's an absolute mess when it comes to economics. That's why we have been saying on this channel, literally since February of 2021, we have been saying every week, month after month after month, we have been telling you, when you go to the store, buy 10% more food, buy more canned food, buy rice, buy wheat, buy long-lasting foods. And we keep telling you, make sure of your investments. Check what you're investing in. Have a long-term outlook. Look for your alternatives. Be sure. Have the conversations with your financial advisors and make sure you have a good plan. You have to do this. You got to do the homework yourself, folks. You've got to. Because if you're just waiting for the government to take care of you, you are screwed. You are not going to be taken care of. They're not going to feed you. Let me make it clear why food is so important right now. Right now, as we have reported for a year now, there's a global food crisis. There is 30% less food in the world today. That is a fact. It is not an opinion. It is not a guess. There's 30% less food in the world, including in the United States. It's part of the reason why shelves often are so bare. And that's getting worse. That's not going away at the end of the winter. That's not how it works. We didn't have enough fertilizer. We couldn't grow enough crops. That's a fact. And that means that now we're in the winter. When spring comes, we still won't have that food. It doesn't magically just appear. This isn't a video game. The resources just aren't going to show up just because it became spring. You have to plant, and then you have to let it grow. Then you have to collect it or sow it, and then you have food. It's a year-long process. The war, part of the reason why there's a global food shortage, besides the price of energy, which is still high, is the fact that there's a war in Ukraine, which means fertilizer can't get to the rest of the world, which is also part of the problem. So it's energy and fertilizer and wheat. Ukraine makes a lot of the food in the world. So it's those three things put together. None of those things are going to be resolved in the next 2 months, which means that next year, at the end of this year, 2023, going into 2024, there will still be a 30% global food crisis. Still a crisis, which means you need to have food stocked up because the price of food is going to go higher, not down. The avian flu still is out there. Whether it affects people or not, it's still killing birds, still killing chickens. We still don't have the fertilizer because there's a war zone right now. Ukraine is still not planting crops because there's a war going on right now. There's still going to be not enough food in 2023 and 2024. Take our advice. If you've been listening to us since February of 2021, you've got food stocked up, you're feeding your family, and it costs you less. You saved money. We'll say it again. Buy rice, buy wheat and flour, go and buy canned foods, buy 10% more of the foods that you eat every time you go out. You'll save money. If you're waiting for the government to take care of you, you're screwed. Because they may be taking care of a couple of banks right now, but you're paying for it, which means it's going to hurt the economy. It's going to make inflation worse, which means they'll get their money back and you're going to pay for it and you're screwed. And interest rates will go higher, which means you're going to pay more for your credit cards. You're going to pay more for your car loan. You're going to pay more for your student loan, your mortgages. You're going to pay more for everything. And I know what the government's going to say. Trust us. It's all okay. You're going to hear more people saying what Jamie Raskin said, as I showed you earlier. It's an economic rebound. Things are looking great. Everything is getting better. Poverty has been slashed. Don't you feel good? Things are so good. You are just too dumb to understand. They're lying to your face, folks. They're lying to your face. And it's upsetting. It's upsetting. But I hope that you take the opportunity to share this with other people. Cut up the clips, share parts of it, let people see it. Ask them to comment. Like, share, most of all, subscribe. It costs you nothing. Makes a world of difference for me. Costs you nothing. Please like, share, and most of all, subscribe. You can see it on BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, Minds, Getter, Truth. You'll see the comments all over. Share this. Subscribe. Makes a world of difference for me. It helps me a lot. Because we want to have more voices. Because they're going to keep lying to us until we call them out. And that means it can't just be me. It can't just be this program. It takes all of us together. We have to call them out. Because they're not going to stop. Not of their own accord. They're too busy lying. But we've been on for, 4 hours and 47 minutes. I'm getting ready for my birthday, April 6th. I'm going to do a non-stop live stream. Last year, I did it for my 54th birthday, and I did a 12-hour live stream. I was live for 12 hours in a row. This year, my 55th birthday, I hope to break that record. I want to go more than 12 hours in a straight live stream, talking about all the issues to everyone in the world. That's April 6th. On March 20th, I will be in the Broome County at the American Legion Post 80, and I will be speaking as a featured speaker before the AFRTC. You are invited. It's open to the public. You'll be able to interact with me and have a conversation. I'm looking forward to it. That's a Monday. It'll be starting at 7 p.m. And so I'm hoping that people will be able to join us on that. But with that said, 4 hours and almost 5 hours into it, I want to say thank you for being here, for being the audience, for being involved and leaving so many comments, for talking about all the issues that are affecting us all from around the globe. I hope to see more of you next week and every week thereafter because they keep trying to kick me off of YouTube and all social media, but I will not stop. Folks, I thank you all. Agent Black, it is 7 hours ahead of time, even with daylight savings time. You need to get some sleep. Get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Everyone, be well, and thank you.